We will be playing through Wings of Liberty Protoss Edition today, which was my first campaign, released about 3 years ago, so we'll see how well it has held up. And according to the campaign ratings at least, it looks like pretty good. I mean, despite having the simplest launcher in the campaign section probably. So for context, I made this campaign in, I believe it was released in April 2020. And it was my first campaign ever, which I started work on it and I finished it in about 5 weeks. Like even from the start I was working pretty crazy hours to get stuff done. And the first version was pretty good, though it didn't have any difficulty selection. You couldn't even choose your Spear Baton abilities or units. Then it got some improvements. And though lately it's been years, I think, since I played through it completely and made any changes, so we'll see how it goes. Making cinematics like this one is trickier than you might think. You have to create the War Prism, order it to move to a spot, order it to transform, wait until the right moment, then you need to make sure that the player has enough supply. You need to have a super warp rate, which is a special campaign structure, and you have to warp in the units at the right spot, which like took me hours when I was a complete newbie with the editor. And then you have to make an exception for the player when he skips a cinematic, so you don't get bugs like double units. I will be playing on Brutal because I think this campaign is a bit undertuned. It's one of those things I don't really... that is hard to think about when you are just beginning. Like, at the time I thought you could just make the changes and it would work out. Like, you just replace Terran with Protoss and things just work. Clearly that's not the case, because Protoss in Legacy of the Void are much stronger than Terran in Wings of Liberty. So if you simply replace units 1-to-1, you get a very different difficulty, which in this case means it's easier.
Strength in unity, our destiny awaits. Our path is clear. My neighbors, my family.
For this mission we get a nerfed version of Artanis. He has no abilities, only 100 life and shields, and his only ability is Force of Will, which has basically regenerates more shields. Another thing to note is that bonus objectives don't give you any rewards, which that was again me sticking very closely to the original. I mean, my reasoning was, well, the original doesn't give you anything for the bonus objectives, so this version shouldn't either. That's clearly a mistake, because in these types of campaigns you need an actual encouragement to clear the bonuses. As in, even just getting a single unit would do the trick, probably.
The future is ours. Harak and Vayash. Together, we are strong. You'll all be given a meal.
I tried to add dialogue and change cinematics whenever possible, but some, like this one, is just really tough coming up with an alternative, so they are pretty much left as they are.
We got a runner. Our strength in unity.
I remember testing the difficulty for this one by making sure that in Brutal difficulty I couldn't just move towards the end with my starting forces, which in the early versions you absolutely could. Basically, attack move towards the end and win while being AFK. Yeah, that would be a nice place for Artanis' quote. The thing is, at the time I simply didn't know how to edit transmissions, and some transmissions are locked behind conditions. Basically, you need to be at a certain point in the campaign to use them properly. And, you know, it's definitely not stuff that you learn on your first day. So that's why these campaigns are a bit limited in... Wow, alright. Campaigns are a bit limited in what you can... in what transmissions I'm using. I apologize about the restart. No build missions tend to be even more punishing when you are focusing on something else. Go straight for the Outlaws now. We didn't miss much of the victory cinematic anyway, just Artanis being like 20 feet tall compared to the civilians. That is true, the first attempt is never counts. Well, if I can properly beat this on Brutal, then I'll leave the difficulty as it is, otherwise we'll just go down to hard so I can actually focus on explaining stuff without dying. I follow the same style as Legacy of the Void, in that the Zealots you get have the nerf cords, which is the same as in missions 1 and 2 of Legacy of the Void. I was very interested in making these parallels work. That's why in the next mission they won't have their nerf cords. And you also get the Spear of Adun in the next mission, because again, you get in the third mission of Legacy of the Void. So that... no, thinking about it now, I'm not sure that sticking so much to the original campaign is necessarily a good idea, but at the time I felt that that was the way it was supposed to go. Also the reason why you don't get defensive structures, or the fort really, so all you can make are Zealots and Stalkers. This is probably one of the few missions in this campaign that is actually somewhat harder as Protoss, because Marine Medic is very strong, and Zealot Stalker not so much until you get going with a stronger force. Luckily there are plenty of pallets, which are pretty great, in particular for Protoss. And I do remember making the change to have warp gates on this mission, where basically you had gateways. And that's a change I made for all of my Protoss campaigns, where you basically get warp gates always, like you build a gateway but it's actually a warp gate automatically. Which in Legacy of the Void you only get that if you choose warp harmonization. So interestingly, my first idea was to make the sentry the new unit here. I didn't do that because there was setting up the sentry to be unlocked requires quite a tricky setup, as in sometimes there will be missing abilities unless you use a specific campaign action, and that's something I couldn't figure out quite this early. But yeah, I agree that, you know, Zealot Sentry would be an even stronger parallel to the original campaign. And these guys are they are not holding position because they would just die, but that means they are attacking and basically clearing the enemy for me, which is strange.
We serve at your command.
And your reward for this is, of course, you get an extra warp kit and the pallets. Like, pallets are maybe a bit unexciting for players, but they are an incredibly strong reward. Like, it saves you several minutes of harvesting. And on this mission in particular, there's so many gas pallets that you don't even need to build and a simulator to get enough stalkers to win. I mean that's how many free resources you get. So these guys talk whenever you get close to them, and I remember removing the references to Raynor, which I don't know if there were too many on this mission in particular, but in the previous one, yes, they talk about Raynor quite a bit, and it was important for me from the start to make sure that, you know, if you're playing as Protoss, the AI shouldn't refer to you as Raynor for obvious reasons. And this is the part where it gets a bit grindy, as in you have to wait for a few minutes to get a strong enough army, and then you move out. I guess not too different from the original, except you could, with Liberty, you could do some hit and runs, and have medics heal your marines if you manage to keep them alive. Also, I should have probably asked this about at the beginning of the stream, but I have adjusted my audio settings so that hopefully my voice comes out clear while the game audio is a bit on the background. So do let me know if that actually worked out. And I think this should be enough to at least try to move out. Okay, thank you. Yeah, glad the sound is working out okay. That's also a transmission that plays on the For Ire mission, and that's another parallel I wanted to make. Wow, I remember an extra siege tank here for the challenge. That's really a gacha thing where if you're not prepared, it will annihilate your zealots, which it absolutely just did. SCVs seems to be particularly aggressive, which I didn't remember that was normal behavior. They are actually attacking my zealots and killing them. This campaign is also mixing dependencies. Dependencies being catalogs of data for the different campaigns. So when you mix two very different campaigns like Wings of Liberty and Legacy of the Void, you get very strange stuff because the abilities and units are very different between the expansions. You get stuff like Hellions that can turn into Hellbats, and things that are outright bugs, like the enemy is trained 2 Marines or 2 Medics, I think, each time they trained 1, which was a buff for the AI. And again, lots of stuff that I had to learn on the run and fix, and I think most of that is working properly right now. For my later campaigns, I used to have a more consistent system of setting difficulty, where depending on difficulty, the enemy starts with a certain set of upgrades, and you know, the player always starts with the same amount of resources and so on. But for this campaign, I stuck very closely to the original, which is why it feels very much like playing Wings of Liberty, but as Protoss. It's, you know, probably a good thing. Again, no dialogue, because at the time I couldn't come up with something fitting. Like, you have a lot of generic dialogue for the campaigns, but there's not a lot of specific dialogue for Protoss, you know, picking up an ancient relic. So that's why we get mute cinematics sometimes. I believe this is one of the few missions in the original where you get fewer units if you start on Brutal, where basically in the original you get Marines and this one you get Zealots, and some are removed if you choose a higher difficulty, which is an interesting choice, but not something I would make right now. Like, if I were to do this again, I would choose differently, because removing units or resources from the player doesn't usually feel like a great choice. Like, you want to make the enemy more powerful rather than the player weaker. Like, I believe that usually feels much better.
Circling bioforms on approach to our nexus. We must rally our defenses.
And on this mission you start seeing how I handled higher difficulties, especially Brutal. Basically add more enemies. And that's it. Like, usually attack waves have like twice the amount of enemies they normally do, which as far as balancing goes mostly works, but I would definitely prefer something more subtle. I mean, like giving the enemy more upgrades or giving them fewer but stronger units. So this, I went for the simplest option at the moment.
For your aid. Allow us to join you in battle.
And I made sure there were a lot of unpowered cannons so you could actually use deploy pylon. Which you'll notice it has been buffed from the original so that it costs 50 energy rather than 75. Because 75 energy is an obscene cost for deploy pylon. I mean, it's a free pylon, but considering it's on the same tier as Chrono Surge and Warping Reinforcements, it's overpriced. Like, even for an ability that you get for 0 Solarites.
We're tracking multiple flying entities heading for our nexus point.
And this is one of the design flaws with this original mission. Well, not quite a flaw, but you can abandon the low ground immediately and reinforce the high ground, like I'm trying to do right now. And that makes the mission so much easier, because enemies cannot see up ramps unless they actually have vision. So simply defending this one entrance on the high ground gives you a massive advantage. Now I have to hope I can actually survive this Mutalisk attack. Maybe I can beat them to the other cannon. Nope, they refuse to be distracted. I am clearly overestimating my ability to play and commentate at the same time. Or maybe I just made the mistake of forgetting you face Mutalisks here. Okay, we can do this. Hopefully salvage the situation before a restart is needed. Okay, we got units to rescue now. Which are generally worth doing if you can do it without losing any units, which I haven't been doing properly. Yeah, it does look like I'm going to have to restart. I apologize about that. Most likely sticking too hard from now on. One thing to notice is that my earlier campaigns didn't feature these chat commands or automated restarts. Basically, on my newer campaigns, if you type !restart, you restart the mission. And if you lose the mission by losing all your structure or whatever it is, then the fit condition, you automatically restart. And adding that to my older campaigns would require me to re-upload every single map which is something that I'm not willing to do at the moment. Yes, like I mentioned, this is hard instead of brutal, so you get twice as many units as normal, which is what the original does with Marines, and not a decision I'm very much a fan of.
They require only a pylon to function. You can warp in a pylon using the Spear of Adun. Press the Deploy Pylon button at the top of your command screen.
And as usual, the best strategy for this mission is to basically use your starting army to gather every pallet on the map, then reinforce the high ground and, you know, go AFK for 20 minutes. I mean, 0 Hour gets a lot of criticism for being a boring mission, but to be fair, it is very much a tutorial mission for players who are new to StarCraft 2 or who are new to RTS games in general, and it does a great job of introducing the mechanics. I mean, I would argue it can even be overwhelming for a new player, because you get upgrades and you get two defensive structures in the original, bunkers and missile turrets, and you know, you also have to manage your base while defending a constant stream of attack waves, which honestly it can be a bit much. So of course, once you're a veteran of 10 years of playing StarCraft 2, this mission loses its charm.
The enemy is breaking through. We must hold.
That quote in particular is from one of the StarCraft 2 tutorials, where I don't remember where it is used exactly, maybe one of the challenges, where they teach you the basic game mechanics, so I found that transmission. I thought it was a really good fit here for when you lose the low ground. Let's make some extra room for cannons here. Yeah, warp gates are really strong. Like, they charge up faster than waygates. Sorry, than gateways, too much for Warcraft 3. And they are overall better, especially because you can warp units into any place with pylon power. So yeah, it's definitely important to, you know, use them over gateways whenever possible. I do believe that in the Spear of Adun mission you get the Karax endlessly talking to you and saying how you are supposed to transform gateways into warp gates. Now there's no transmission, no character speaking when you get these reinforcements, so they are easy to miss even with the minimap ping and everything, which is something I would change right now. I mean, if I were to make the campaign again today. So the reason why I'm not tweaking these campaigns anymore is because I'm usually juggling 3 or 4 projects at the same time, and replaying through a campaign is something that takes a long time. I basically have to play every mission, make the changes necessary, retest it, sometimes several times. And I used to do that a lot in the beginning, and at some point it got tedious. And I'm also very busy right now, so my priority is always to work on new content, which is also what players tend to appreciate the most. And if I were to update this campaign now, very few people would actually care, and they probably wouldn't feel that the changes are significant enough to warrant an update, which I think is fair. Talking about buffs, because I consistently make changes from the base campaign. Shield batteries now start with 100 energy, which normally is 50, and 50 is simply nowhere near enough to make batteries worth building. Yes, I'm pretty sure that it's not the intended design of the mission that you go AFK, but you definitely can. In the Terran version it's even easier, because you basically build 5-7 bunkers where these photon cannons are, a few missile turrets at each of these spots, and that's it. You can actually go AFK. But that's like playing hyper efficiently. You try to get fancy, like defend the low ground, then the mission becomes much more challenging. And I had a strange thing happen in my co-op version of this mission, where I buffed the enemies so much, made them so strong, that you actually have to defend the low ground. Because if you allow the attack waves to converge, then they become so strong that they are overwhelming. So you have an actual encouragement to defend the low ground, which is interesting. And it was absolutely accidental. Sometimes you try things and they work out a certain way for no obvious reason. And now once you get going, it's really hard to lose. Like at this point I don't see the enemy breaking through. And the reason I'm spamming cannons instead of, well, anything else is because cannons are better units. Like you get more DPS out of them than for Stalkers or Zealots. I mean, they are ranged and they are easy to repair with, well, to heal shields with the shield battery. The obvious downside being that they cannot move, but since this is a defense mission and the enemy comes to you, that's very much not an issue.
The second power cell is active. The spear's sensor array is reacting.
And I haven't even bothered to get in a simulator or make gas geysers because my cannons can handle every air unit from now on. So like I mentioned, this was my first campaign, and the editor is very hard to learn. I mean, some people will tell you that it's, very easy and intuitive, and those are mostly, players who have a background in either programming or in other game editors. If you have neither of those things, the editor is a very difficult thing to learn. And I struggled a lot in my first weeks, well, months, or maybe years. And what kept me going, what kept me motivated is seeing the changes I make reflected on the game. Like, if you're used to playing the normal version of Wings of Liberty, and suddenly you make a change, so you're Protoss instead of Terran, and you yourself made that change, that feels very satisfying, and it's the appeal of Mapmaker and something that for me still hasn't completely worn off. So, trying to answer that question, campaigns like this pretty much run on custom data that I set up, which is a combination of Wings of Liberty and Legacy of the Void. And they run on the campaign data, which has not been updated in a while. So, I guess if the campaigns were to be updated, like, if photon cannons got extra damage or extra health, that would reflect on these campaigns. I hope that answers the question. I mean, to simplify, yes, any changes to the campaigns would reflect here, but the campaigns have not been updated in years and they likely never will be. And for those who don't know, the 5.0 patch we made a bunch of changes to the editor, which was a sort of parting gift from the Blizzard developers that made StarCraft 2 before they left. And one of the biggest changes was map-to-map loading, where originally you had to play a map, win, and then exit the map and create a lobby for the next map, which is very tedious. Now 5.0 allows you a simple action to transition into another map. So when you win a map, you can launch the player straight into the next one without going through the lobby, which is, you know, an amazing feature and just what the arcade needed to properly support custom campaigns like this one. I mean, obviously the one thing that is missing is saving and loading, which the arcade does not support. You have rewinds, which basically allows you to travel back in time and then take control at a specific point. And while it works, the main issue is that it sometimes breaks things. Like the music completely stops and you get default PvP music. Portraits break, sometimes the Spear of Adun becomes... the UI simply disappears. So mostly it doesn't break gameplay, but occasionally it does. And there's the obvious issue that if you've been playing for 40 minutes and you have to look up a specific place in time, that can actually take several minutes of the game processing the replay data. But still, I chose to enable it because it's absolutely better than nothing. And since these campaigns don't use bank saving as in any form of meta progression, rewind works fine. But for campaigns like Azeroth Reborn, it's really problematic because your hero stats get saved at the end of the mission, but if you use rewind they do not get saved, which means that using rewind essentially nullifies your progress, which is why I chose to disable rewind for Azeroth Reborn. And something that I've been asked quite a few times is why not make offline versions of my campaigns. And the truth is that the arcade is more convenient for a number of reasons. The main one being that it's really easy to keep players playing the latest version. Whenever you play any of my campaigns in the arcade, you will absolutely play the latest version. It's impossible not to, because the game updates automatically. And it's also really easy to get players to play this. You know, open StarCraft 2, go to the custom tab, go to the campaign tab and search for map launcher or whatever keyword. And they can figure it out from there very easily. Because you have stuff like mass recall, where players are constantly asking how do I install it and why is this failing and do I need all these extra files. And that's a headache I would rather not have. And I'll also admit that I'm not fond of the idea of sharing all that I've done, especially the maps. The mods are fine because I do share many of my mods with other map makers and some of them are even free. But I guess I've never liked the idea of someone, you know, slightly tweaking a whole campaign that I've made and uploading their own version. Which, to be fair, I don't think that's likely to happen at all. But, you know, that's also a reason why my campaigns are online only. Which will probably be problematic when Blizzard shuts down the StarCraft 2 servers, but you know, at that point we will all have bigger problems than playing online campaigns, I think. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention, you get these power cells, which in the Spear of Adun mission in Legacy of the Void you have to clear them and they activate. Here, they activate periodically. And when they activate, you get pylon power on them, which is any little detail. And this is one of the first cinematics I edited that, you know, actually changes quite a bit from the original. You can see the Spear of Adun there in the background, which no one ever notices until this cinematic anyway. And I made a parallel to this cinematic and the victory cinematic in the Spear of Adun 2, where, you know, units are warped out. Which I think looks very nice here. So uploading to all regions is not too bad. You need to log into each region once to be able to upload, but that's trivial. When you upload the map, you have the option to upload it to all regions at once. Like, First it uploads to Americas, then to Europe, then to Asia. And that's pretty much it. What's painful is having to upload the same thing 3 times. And what's extra painful is that maps need a slot assigned to them, like a number that tells the game into which map to load next. Which, like, for instance, Liberation Day is 1, the Outlaws is 2, 0 Hour is 3, etc. So when the Outlaws is finished, you tell the game to load into slot 3. This is completely fine. The issue is that whenever you update a map by re-uploading it, the map slot gets unassigned, so you have to manually do it again for all regions. That's the painful part. Okay, moving on to the Evacuation. One thing I start doing in my later campaigns is having the mission name here, which helps if you weren't paying attention in the loading screen. Now, one thing I made for the early missions here is disabling the strongest abilities. Which again is not something that I think is a great decision. Like, I should have made the enemy stronger instead, but you know, this works to not trivialize the mission, so you get these 2 abilities now. You also get pretty much every unit variant once you play with the base unit. Like in Legacy of the Void, it takes a while before you get the Sentinel and the Adept, but here you can choose them from the beginning. I think this is a great opportunity to show off both the Spinny Boy, also known as the Zealot, and the Adept, because they are great against Zerlings, but Legacy of the Void usually throws so much stuff at you that these units become essentially useless. And yeah, this is a sort of secret area that, you know, you probably won't notice on your first playthrough, but there's a bunch of pickups and those are really, really good to have. They give you a really nice boost to the economy. And I also chose to unlock High Templar on this mission because my reasoning was, well, Firebats give AoE against weak units and High Templars do too. The minor failure in my reasoning being that, you know, High Templar are tier 3 units and absurdly strong. But mostly it works out, and the campaign is fun, which I think is more important than being difficult. Like, I know some players really relish a challenge, but I always choose to make a campaign fun rather than challenging. So obviously, if you can pull off both at the same time, that's even better. And now, Hansen luckily had a spare Protoss base, so that's very nice of her to lend it to us. On a more serious note, I completely ignore lore in my campaigns. If you wanted to justify, like, why does Hansen have a Protoss base? Why are there abandoned photon cannons? And why did the Dominion abandon perfectly functional photon cannons?
They are without power. However, the Spear of Adun support systems can aid us.
And that Karak's quote only plays if you have Deploy Pylon as your chosen ability, which I think is very neat. But yes, if you in my experience, players don't care that much about the story, especially not if they're playing campaigns like this one. So I just choose to basically ignore lore for the most part, or just, you know, go for the memes. Like, if you can make a ridiculous situation funny, players won't question it. And that, you know, is something that works really well for these types of campaigns.
Don't stop for anything. Let's roll.
There's also an extra geyser, because I believe that in Wings of Liberty you only start with one geyser, which is fine when you have fire bats, which you won't be building anyway. But if you want to build High Templar, which are very gas heavy, then you absolutely want the extra gas income, hence the extra geyser. And I think that deploy pylon is a very good choice. Like, it creates really fun gameplay where you can use deploy pylon to power these random unpowered cannons. Which again, it's not like I planned out all of this. Sometimes you just make the changes and things work out. And it's very nice when that happens. And, you know, starting from now, you get a bonus reward from the mission, which is usually just the new unit that you've unlocked. So, 1 High Templar for each research thing you pick up on this map. So, making good rewards for bonus objectives is something I always struggle with. Because for me, doing bonus objectives, even if you get nothing from them, is fun. That's just something I enjoy doing. But it was pointed out to me repeatedly that, you know, you need an incentive to actually go and get stuff. Hence why I started adding units as a reward, which are usually pretty good. But in later campaigns, I even started even bigger rewards, because sometimes you lose more units doing the bonus than you get from the bonus itself, which you can imagine can be underwhelming. Again, it all depends on how, you know, how much you lose trying to clear the bonus.
Persevere.
Get to the starport, move it!
So each time I stream, I'm reminded of how difficult it is to actually play a game like StarCraft 2 while explaining stuff. I mean, and that's the reason why I'm forgetting to build a forge or falling really behind on my macro. Well, if you build those probes specifically for the bonus, then it might be worth it. If those probes were actually harvesting, not so much. You also get this really nice thing where you can trap the Zerglings between the cannons and the storm, so they will be shredded. So, interestingly, the APC, that is this vehicle here, counts as a colonist. So if it gets destroyed, you will get a colonist dead here. It's, you know, very interesting thing. And you can see how the Spinner Zealots work really well against massive Zerglings. I mean, at least in this specific situation, much better than either Centurions or Sentinels. I think it's nice that I have an actual niche, because going by Legacy of the Void, you would think that they are completely useless. And you would be only half right, they are only partially useless. Then again, Legacy of the Void is designed around you having ridiculously strong units. And the enemies you face reflect that. So there's never really an occasion to use these less than ideal units. That's actually a great point. If the driver is a civilian and he died, then that definitely counts.
Commander, another convoy will be heading
And
soon.
that probe is stuck even though it doesn't look like it. It's unfortunate. So many missions, I guess, in Wings of Liberty, but in other campaigns as well, have a very rough start, where if you're not paying attention, you can get killed very quickly. But once you're set up, the mission basically plays itself. As in, I don't see myself losing right now. Like, I mean, partially because I'm playing on hard, and also because, you know, I have every entrance blocked off. I mean, Wings of Liberty is one of those campaigns where you have like this really varied mission design. Like each mission is different. From this to the Devil's Playground to Welcome to the Jungle, there's an incredible variety of gameplay. Like each mission has a gimmick and each mission works. Compared to, I guess, Legacy of the Void, where you have these super unique objectives or destroying 3 of these each time. Which, don't get me wrong, I think Legacy of the Void overall is a better campaign. It has a, you know, tighter storyline, and the mission design is really great. It really keeps the momentum going. Whereas Wings of Liberty is very much all over the place. I mean, not the gameplay, because the gameplay is perfect, but for most of Wings of Liberty, you're not sure what you're doing. And because of all of these optional side quests which you can do in any order, you start off facing Mensks, and then it's a mission to kill Kerrigan, and then it's a mission to rescue Kerrigan, and then you have the Seratol missions which you can ignore. So yes, the story is definitely the weakest part of the original campaign. But since I have no story in my own campaigns, I completely circumvented the issue of having a, you know, good story. And this, I think, well, the Evacuation is no longer a tutorial mission, so you can actually criticize it on being a bit dull after the first third of it is done.
Have another convoy ready to be escorted, Commander.
Like, they try to spice things up by having night swarms and then drop pods on the road, but by that point you have so many units that it doesn't really matter. Interestingly, I think you need 5 APCs to actually get every single civilian that you need to win the mission. But if you wait longer because you lose colonists, then the 6th and 7th and 8th wave become much stronger, and you even get ultralisks that you have to kill, and they come for attack waves here. And that would have been a really great thing to have like on the 5th wave, for instance, because that's an actual challenge. Instead, you don't really face off anything stronger than Musalisks roaches. I mean, I guess also part of the difficulty of the original Wings of Liberty mission is that you get Firebats, which are a bad unit, and you are tricked into thinking that you should be building those. Randomness, let me think. So this one sticks pretty close to the original. So I think the only instance I remember of randomness is the all-in mission in which Kerrigan attacks. So basically Kerrigan comes every few minutes and she attacks from either the top or the bottom side. And that is completely random, like it's literally rolls a random number between 1 and 2, and that determines where Kerrigan attacks. Which, while I'm usually against randomness, that actually works out pretty well to keep you on your toes, because it makes Kerrigan unpredictable. I guess in my campaigns in general, I only use randomness for attack waves. Like I think in Azeroth Warn, whenever you have multiple entrances, and you have fewer enemies than entrances, enemies randomly attack one of the entrances so you don't know exactly where they'll hit. I also made a version of Wings of Liberty called Wings of Liberty Random Edition, but we do not talk about that one, and you know, I will not admit to having made that campaign if I'm asked.
Our power shall serve. Your thoughts.
Seismic disturbance detected. Nidus worms are inbound on your location.
Okay, sometimes you get nice dialogues that actually fit the situation, which is very nice.
We're almost done, Commander.
I used to make one map a day at the time. And to be clear, that's not something I will recommend because it took like 8 to 10 hours a day every day and it completely burned me out. Like, I remember making Legacy of the Void Second Edition in less than 4 weeks. And that's not great for your mental health. And I mean, 3 years ago when I first started, I used to make missions one after the other. So I would work on mission 1, then on mission 2. And while that makes sense, it's not the most efficient use of my time. What I do now is I will, set up the stuff on the mod that affects all the campaigns. Then I will make one change in all of the maps. Like, I will change the terrain for all the maps. Then I will edit the cinematics for all the maps. Then finally at the very end I will edit the gameplay for the maps. And because you are constantly doing the same thing on different maps, work flows so much faster. It has the downside somewhat of at some point you've been working on a thing for a month and not a single map is complete, but then you get going and every single map is complete at once. So that's usually how it works for me. And there's also so much stuff about the arcade that you have to learn that is very unintuitive. Like, if you play the maps offline, you can see the units on the terrain editor and you can determine whether they will appear on all difficulties or just on hard, on just on brutal, whatever. Which is how, brutal has more units than hard and so on. The issue is that this does not translate to the arcade at all. So the way I have to do it is I basically check every single unit and I basically mark them and manually remove them for each map. And this is extremely tedious and time consuming, to the point where I still have nightmares about marking the brutal only units for the purification mission. Because in that mission there are 137 units that only appear on brutal, and going through that took me quite a few hours. Another thing that usually gets messed up is player colors. Like, you test offline and it works fine, but suddenly you upload to the arcade and player colors are messed up. So players are pink instead of white, and so on.
But my people got out alive, thanks to you, Commander.
So the arcade has these quirks that no one tells you about. There's no documentation about it, and that is unfortunate because it discourages new map makers from making stuff. Personally, I remember talking a lot to Lord DC, because for those of you who don't know, Lord DC made the 3-player versions of the original campaigns, and he's probably the first person to make a modified version of a StarCraft 2 campaign. Like, he was doing this years before I even started on the editor, so he was my main source of information while I was figuring out stuff. And these are still disabled. One thing I wanted to have at one point in this mission was a worker counter for these mirror fields, but it would be really tricky to set up because resources and the receiving structure have to be on the same level for the worker counter to show. Otherwise, it simply doesn't work. And it wouldn't be worth the effort it takes to set up, so you know, you'll just have to manually count minerals here.
Tosh sent you to help? About time. Let's finish up this contract and get the hell off this planet.
So, this mission I basically chose to not do any particularly Protoss gimmicks like lifting nexuses or anything like that. And you only get the command center as a reward for clearing this area, which is pretty useful. Also the Instigators, they are a cut unit from Legacy of the Void. You were supposed to get them instead of the Adepts as the Purifier version of the Stalker. But they chose the Adept, which I believe is a better choice because this is just, you know, a Stalker that can blink more. But anyway, Instigators work really well here. I gave them high ground vision, and due to that and their triple blink, they are really great at collecting resources. I mean, to the point where you can basically clear the whole mission just with Instigators, without having to worry too much about resources. By the way, you do see Instigators in Legacy of the Void in the Purification mission. The Purifier get those when you clear a group of null circuits, and you know, they help you clear stuff. They clear the enemy circle bases. So while you see them, you do not ever get to play as them, which is a shame. Especially because they are a complete unit, like nothing is missing from them. I didn't have to do anything to get them working, except to make the workbench actually be able to train Instigators. But that's not particularly complicated.
We've already got half the minerals we need.
Though I will admit they have a very high micro potential with all of their blinks. You can really mess with AI. And you can see I'm very close to reaching all the minerals I need. Now pay attention, when this hatchery dies, all of the larvae and eggs around it also die. Let's see if I can actually defend this. And that's a change that started on Legacy of the Void, I think, where, you know, a hatchery dies and all larvae and eggs around it also die. I guess it feels more satisfying when you clear, when you destroy an enemy hatchery and that happens. And I've been making that change for all of my campaigns. One interesting change that this mission has on Brutal is that you don't get the lava eruption counter. So on Brutal you don't know how much time you have until the next lava eruption unless you manually time it. I think it's very interesting because you have to either time it or react very quickly when the lava goes up. And let's be honest, losing workers to lava is fairly disastrous. Now I can probably clear this by just running around and picking up minerals, which is something I very much enjoy doing. Like the speedrun strategy, you could say. I had forgotten about this cinematic. It took quite a while to get it right. And with the command center evacuating on time and the warp prism evacuating the zealots, and I really like how it turned out. Though you can still notice that I'm not using a ton of dialogues. I didn't have the documents I have right now with every single transmission in the game, and so I usually went for the more obvious stuff where there was a one-to-one replacement. So there's actually a reason why for Welcome to the Jungle you do not get Orbital Strike or Solar Lance, and that's because you can snipe enemy probes, and there's no way around it unless you made enemy probes specifically immune to these abilities, which I don't think would be great design. Let's see, now we're facing Protoss, so we can go for something a little more interesting. Basically Sentinels and Dragoons because they are more durable, and Dark Archons because you can steal the enemy's units. And Dark Archons are probably the strongest unit in the Protoss arsenal. They are simply overpowered. Because not only they insta-kill a unit, they also give it to you with all of their upgrades. And that's simply absurdly strong. One change I've made is changing this portrait for a custom one that someone uploaded to the StarCraft 2 Mapsters website, which looks really nice because I made the enemy Tal'Darim actually have Tal'Darim skins, but that texture looked like a Dayland Protoss. So using that custom portrait I think was really the right choice. And now sentries here, I can't really account for why I thought that was the unit that you unlock here, because realistically you want anti-air, and as you can imagine, sentries are not anti-air units.
Our gateways are now calibrated to warp them in as well.
I mean, they're good as support units, but scouts, particularly this version of the Scout, annihilates sentries. Scouts are one of those units that change from campaign to campaign, where they range from useless to murder machines that will kill all of your workers in 2 seconds. Also, these platforms here are taken from the Forbidden Weapon mission, and I kind of replicated the feel of that mission with the sentries in stasis. And the bonus, of course, is now to rescue sentries instead of just picking up relics. I think it's a bit more interesting. And now I'm remembering that I switched around the position of the sentries and I don't remember where I placed them, so I'll have to go around the map and try to figure that out. One thing I would like to change about this mission is how many workers or resources you start with, because I'm having a really hard time kicking up my economy. Like, I mean, I can do it eventually, but it's simply taking longer than I'd like, to the point where it feels a bit restrictive. Again, that's the kind of thing that feels obvious now in hindsight, but wasn't obvious when I was actually making this map. You also do not get the voice line for this, which if you are distracted you might miss it, so I think that's something you should avoid, not having a clear warning. But this is a great opportunity to use Temporal Field. And I'm so used to playing the co-op version of my Protoss campaigns that I forgot that the time stops, so you can aim at Temporal Field. And I believe that the enemy Tal'Darim do not retaliate for the first altar that you seal. So this one should be a freebie. You mean the part where economy is low? Probably yes. I just don't think it works out great. Like, I'd rather have a stronger starting economy and well, you know, stronger economy and stronger enemies too. Because again, like, making the player feel weaker doesn't usually work great. So making probes be able to harvest these took a while, because the game is kind of hard-coded to you know, have probes sealing altars and SCVs harvesting them. And I had an early version where you basically had some free SCVs at the beginning and you had to use those to harvest, but this being a Protoss campaign, that did not feel great. So it took me a while, but finally I managed to make this happen, where you play this weird effect as probes, I mean with your own probes, and you harvest them. Whereas the Zerg version, where you harvest with drones, is much easier because there is no overlap. As in, you know, drones are not used for anything else, so the setup is much simpler. The only good thing about this low economy is that you can't really spam Dark Archons, or at least it takes a while. And because Dark Archons allow you to steal the enemy units, they are really strong. So again, I'm glad that spamming Dark Archons is at least somewhat not trivial. And there are the murderous scouts. I feel like Dragoons are considered the weaker and the weakest units of the Stalker tier. And while that's fair, they are probably the strongest A-move unit. If you're not actively microing them, they are really strong, because they have extra HP and extra range. And, you know, right now I definitely cannot focus on playing micro, so I'm absolutely going for Dragoons. And yes, at least Dark Archons might be strong, but they are obscenely expensive too. Well, it took 10 minutes, but the economy is finally running nicely. I can afford a few extra warp gates and some Dark Archons. Which again, another weakness with Dark Archon is that it takes... they need 50 extra energy from their starting one to be able to cast Mind Control. That's definitely something they... something of a weakness. And you'll notice here that enemy Tal'Darim units like the Stalker and the Void Ray have these red effects, which they are not normally part of the game. And remember that Protoss and I spent quite a while setting that up for all my campaigns at one point. And you know, I do think it adds to the edgy feel of the Tal'Darim. Though in my later campaigns I simply chose to go for the Tal'Darim having Tal'Darim units, which, you know, with the Buff Destroyer and the Vanguard being obscenely strong, that's not always a great idea, but it works. At least for style. Whoops. I only meant to click one.
You shall not steal the breath of creation so easily.
And I think we can start sealing some units. I much prefer destroyers over void rays, especially my buffed version, but void rays are nice, especially because you normally don't get them. More sentries.
Nearby sentries online.
It's nice of the Children to keep these sentries in stasis just for us. You can stop this Colossus from warping in if they're quick enough and destroy the pylons. I mean, are they going to live with the Void Rays though? I got the impression that they are the Legacy of the Void version because of these stats, but I couldn't be sure. Like, I don't know if the base Void Ray in Legacy of the Void is any different from the Wings of Liberty Void Ray. I don't actually remember. I will admit that these early missions where you only have gateway units feel really good when you have, you can use your workers to build pylons or use deploy pylon, because you feel like you can reinforce on the move. Obviously a turn is not something you can do. I don't know if that was supposed to be a base attack because they completely ignored my harvesting probes and went straight for the base. Yes, definitely a base attack. If I can bait into the cannons, we should be okay. And I have no idea why I warped in 4 sentinels when they have more ships than ground units. Okay. Now I just need to remember where I placed the other sentries, and that should be good. I remember purposefully moving where you find the original, the bonuses, so that they're not predictable. Like, usually you would find a relic here, but I moved the sentries elsewhere so that players who are familiar with the original campaign wouldn't be so quick to find them. And if I remember correctly, yes, here they are.
Releasing sentries from stasis.
Very nice.
Mineral field depleted.
And I think they should be enough to beat the final wave when I start harvesting.
Mineral field depleted.
Overall, it's surprising how fun it is to simply play the same campaign but as a different race. Like, it seems a simple enough change, but it changes how you approach the missions and the whole flavor of the campaign, to the point where it feels fresh again, or at least, worth playing once again. So I think it's a very nice combination of these campaigns being relatively easy to do. Relatively, because an easy campaign in StarCraft 2 means hundreds of hours of work. They are easy to make, and also very fun to play and accessible. Because if you have played Wings of Liberty and Legacy of the Void, then there's nothing that you need to really learn here. You just need to apply what you know with the tools that you are given. And again, that's something that feels very good as a player. And there we go. You can... That's a very lame cinematic, but you can assume that that Warp Prism is carrying all of the terras in a way to the Spear of Adun or something. So, be right back. Alright, moving on to Smash and Grab.
We have acquired new robotic support technology for review.
Again, the trend is you get the base units on a mission, and then you get to get the upgrade for the following mission. With, you know, higher units are weak in general. Like, I mean, a better version of the High Templar and a better version of the Sentry, and that's completely fine. But when you have stuff like the Energizer, which gives your units steam pack, it's simply just the better option. And you know, you'll never pick the higher faction and you're trying to go for efficiency. Again, Solar Lance and Warping Reinforcements are disabled, which I don't think is really necessary at this point. Like, I don't think they would trivialize the mission, but you know, that was my choice. Again, low economy, 5 workers for 20 out of a maximum of 24. No, they are definitely not disabled because I put any thought into it. I simply thought that they would be too strong abilities for this mission. Because especially Solar Lance is very easy to spam. Though to be fair, I nerfed Solar Lance, so because you don't have a Solarite limit. Solar Lance costs 75 energy now, which I think makes it a little less strong. To the point where you can pick Orbital Strike if you want to spam the ability more. I mean, Solar Lance is probably still better, but you know, at least it's a choice. And you unlock Immortals here, which are meant to be the Marauder equivalent.
Immortals from the robotics facility.
And you can probably guess that Immortals are a little stronger than Marauders. And that's also the reason why I usually go for the mission order I do. As in, I unlock Immortals on this mission, because if you had them on Welcome to the Jungle, they would make the mission even easier. And that is also why, you know, a question that has been asked a lot is why I don't port my campaigns to the custom campaign manager. Besides the fact that it would be lots of work for campaigns that I'm no longer actively working on, it would mean that the variable mission order would throw balance completely out of whack. Like, if you could get Immortals this early, like imagine you played this mission first, and then you play the Evacuation and the Devil's Playground and Welcome to the Jungle with Immortals. That's really tough to balance, to account for player choices.
Shore up our defenses. The Zerg are moving to attack our nexus point.
Luckily, most of the incoming attack wave voice lines are very generic, like, oh, Zerg are coming, or servants are coming. so you can reuse them endlessly. And that's even more true of the co-op transmissions, which are like, oh, enemies are doing stuff, and you can use them. You can use those for pretty much anything, and they just work. And again, while I think that you get units that are way too strong for how early you are in the campaign, like the Immortal here, the campaign is still fun. Like, this is really satisfying. And you know, most players feel like, who cares if the campaign is a bit too easy, so long as you're having fun. But the opposite, unfortunately, is also true for campaigns like Legacy of the Void Terran Edition, where, because Terrans are weaker than Protoss, that campaign is generally overtuned. And you know, I have many angry Battle.net reviews of players who couldn't beat the mission on Brutal and, you know, left a 1-star score. And that's, you know, just Battle.net being Battle.net. So when I first started, I didn't have a Discord server, so I relied on Battle.net reviews. And you know, I got lucky that most people were nice enough. But I will admit that Battle.net reviews lend themselves to getting all sorts of very nasty feedback. To the point where I, you know, don't bother to read those too much. It's partially because of the anonymity, like, you know, no one knows who you are on Battle.net, so players feel like they can say whatever they want, no matter how rude. And I guess that's mostly it. Whereas in Discord, people willingly join your server, so they know they will be talking to you, the creator, and you know, they tend to be more mindful of how they phrase things, which generally I think is a good thing. Now, I did mention that sometimes rewards are underwhelming, and sometimes rewards are really strong. Like, you get 4 Protoss relics here, and each of them gives you an Immortal, and that's really, really good, obviously. And you can just spam Immortals, and as long as you get some anti-air, you will be just fine. This might just be the nature of Protoss units, but I always feel so gas-starved on these missions. Like, I don't have enough to make Immortals, but also Dragoons and Energizers. Like, you can't realistically afford everything. But you know, considering the power of these units, I think that's completely acceptable. And I think I might have accidentally killed the Immortal that was warping in. Oh. No worries. I don't think I have any anti-air at all, so we should probably fix that. Nor do I have any defenses on my base. Again, no anti-air. Oh, and I also don't have a cybernetics core. Okay, let's... Okay, that mostly worked. Yeah, it's true that Wings of Liberty doesn't give you much gas either. And again, I don't think that feels great. Like, the player not feeling strong I think it can never be a good thing. Especially when, you know, if a mission is balanced around you getting not enough resources to build stuff, then obviously that doesn't feel like an enjoyable challenge.
You must construct additional pylons.
One change I remember making is that you cannot warp in pylons here to cheese the objective, nor can you do it. I mean, I'm not sure if you can do it up here, because you cannot walk down from this place anyway. But anyway, yeah, I made it so that you cannot build structures here, so you cannot deploy pylon. Otherwise, you could just deploy a pylon, warp in a few units, and kill these stone zealots.
The call. We shall serve forever. Our duty is unending.
Upgrade complete.
So you actually can lose this mission because of the timer, well, sort of hidden timer, where the enemy will overrun the Tal'Darim base and get here and get the artifact for themselves. I think they send an overlord. But normally that doesn't really happen. Like once they get here, the Tal'Darim have the high ground, so it's very unlikely that the Zerg will break through. I think you have to wait like 30 minutes for that to happen. Yeah, that's true that, you know, you could have like extra units on this area, because Tal'Darim units that are technically defending are here, and they are way too far in to, I mean, you can avoid them if you warp in units here. But, you know, I guess I chose to prevent cheese altogether by forcing the player to actually have to move here. Yeah, balance is definitely a concern, as in, if a mission is too hard or too easy, that can feel underwhelming. But if a mission is slightly on the easy side, like most missions on this campaign are, that's fine, because, you know, players will mostly have fun. Like, even players who like a challenge will most likely enjoy the campaign anyway. Whereas if you make a mission too hard, then that makes players frustrated and angry, and that's really not a good thing. Because again, you know, a player that plays a mission that is too easy will still have fun, while a player that plays a mission that is too hard will be frustrated and, you know, will find someone to blame for their inability to complete the mission. But, you know, if you want an extra challenge, you just play the mission on the highest difficulty while streaming and trying to talk in a way that makes sense, and that is a fairly intense challenge run.
You always were a clever one.
It is Kerrigan.
See, now I got creative with transmissions. Like, I find it I don't know, somewhat worrying that this early there are many lost opportunities to give the campaign more personality by having the characters speak more.
Robotic assault units can now be added to our army hierarchy.
And now finally we get a new tier of the Spear of Adun, passive abilities, which all of them are actually good here. Let's try these because we haven't gotten to use them yet. Nexus Overcharge has been buffed, so I don't remember how much damage normally deals. I think it's 30, but it's been buffed to 50 here, which is really strong. And even though it's a bit too strong, it has to compete with orbital assimilators and warp harmonization, which are very strong options too. Warp harmonization really boosts your economy, while warp harmonization makes reinforcing your army with robotics and flying units much easier. But I would much rather get my economy going quickly.
As the archives claim.
So balancing this mission in particular was tough, because you have to make sure that the player is able to somewhat easily survive the first night. That's the challenge. If you can make that happen, then the mission is then easier. So, I'm not sure that Nexus Overcharge actually splashes. Like, if that's the actual behavior, then I probably missed it because I don't use it much. But it would. I mean, it's still a great choice for defending anyway. Well, I did give the player splash damage by giving them Purifier Colossi here, which is the only instance where you get the upgraded units on the first mission they are introduced. While I don't think it's great for balance, it's definitely great for fun, because having a Fire Colossus at each entrance is simply really enjoyable. And defending with melee units is very interesting. You have to send them to attack and then constantly pull them back so that they won't cross the map trying to kill the infested. So funny you should mention the day-night thing. So on pretty much every single campaign map for StarCraft 2, like even Nova Covertops, there is wow. For cinematics, they pause and unpause the time of the day. And that's completely pointless because StarCraft 2 doesn't have a time of the day system, so I have no idea why they actually do that. But anyway, Warcraft 3 does have a system like that, and when it's nighttime, units don't see as far as they do during the day. So basically, on this mission, the way it works is lighting changes, which, it's darker, so it looks like it's nighttime. That's basically the change. It's not a deeper game mechanic like it is in Warcraft 3. I would have to check on the Devil's Playground, but it might just be lighting changes. As in, it literally uses a different lighting for when the lava surges. I think it's consistent with what they usually do. Okay, I think we are good to go.
Don't forget, you have to be back by dark.
And even though Colossi are absolutely fantastic for defense, Vanguards are better for destroying structures. I purposefully made the infested structures here armored, where normally they are light, because you have many more options for anti-armor as Protoss. Yeah, it's true that Hanson says, hey, you have to be back by night, like, you know, Jimmy or Artanis, they probably know, just to remind the player of that.
You must construct additional pylons. This hive cluster has fallen. Continue on, brothers.
And I remember I couldn't find any other Artanis quote for when you clear an area. If you clear many areas very quickly, you get this hive cluster has fallen, continue on, brothers, like 10 times in a row, which gets a bit tiring.
This hive cluster has fallen.
See? There we
Continue
go.
on, brothers.
Hierarch, I don't understand how this is possible, but my scanners are detecting high solarite
Okay,
concentrations.
so what happened here is I attacked somewhere
This hive cluster has fallen.
with the Fire Colossus, and it accidentally hit the burrowed Infestor, which gave me the reward. You can also snipe it with Solar Lance if you know exactly where it is. I used to know that. I'm not sure if I still remember, but I will definitely try it for the next bonus.
This hive cluster has fallen. Continue on, brothers.
Thank you, Artanis. Now you can clear the structures by night, and it mostly works. So you have to have good defenses at home, and you have to be very careful not to overextend, but it's doable.
They'll be coming again
I
soon.
won't be doing it because I don't feel like I can focus enough on that. And yes, absolutely you can proxy a photon cannon. I think it's the only form of detection you have, so that will probably work very nicely. And now defending becomes fairly trivial. You have photon cannons and shield batteries and fire colossi. That's definitely more than enough. And we'll place these right here. I don't remember which night this happens, but they do break through the barricade eventually. So we'll preemptively do that. Map knowledge is important. If you already know they're going to break through here, then you're not caught off guard, and this is, again, much more manageable. Here he is. Again, I'm going for quite a few Colossi for defense, and Vanguards for offense, because they are great. And, I mean, Protoss look beautiful at any time of the day. All those shiny structures. Yeah, I mean, I did consider leaving the structures as light, which mostly would work. Though I think the issue is that it would be, I don't know, we would be forcing the player to go for one specific unit, and I don't think that's a great idea. Like if only adepts work. Whereas, you know, having vanguards and dragoons, stalkers, those are usually more fun to play and you have more variety to pick from. One thing I remember when I started making this campaign is that I was not familiar with every Legacy of the Void unit. Like, I had never played with the Vanguard or the Adept, like I had never chosen those units. And so I didn't know what they could do, and I was definitely sleeping on the Vanguard, which is absurdly strong. And that's why the first version of my campaign, which did not allow you to pick units, basically gave you the same units over and over, which again, not ideal. As in, I think pretty much for every mission you would get like sentinels every single time. And that, you know, not being able to choose is bad, and being given the same units every time is even worse.
The hour is upon us.
Hopefully I can clear out this all the remaining stuff during the day, and if not, I can probably keep doing stuff at night, because, you know, this is a really strong army. Now, I'm always surprised when I play one of my older campaigns, especially this one, which was actually the first and released over 3 years ago, that I'm surprised that they are still so much fun, you know? Like, they are definitely not nearly as polished as my newer campaigns, but, you know, the gameplay still holds up really well. And lately, Che Borino has been playing through a bunch of my campaigns. And, you know, I had the opportunity to become acquainted with them again, which, you know, I hadn't seen anyone play them in a while. Yes, there's Shatter the Sky, where I don't remember how that one works in particular, but after the platform explodes, though I don't remember if there are actually craters that you are unable to walk through. I mean, yes, there's also a Devil's Playground where there's lava, and funny enough, lava is literally water. Like, this is the same system as water in normal maps, except that it deals damage. Yes, there's Safe Haven as well, where the purifier basically shoots the ground and leaves a giant hole. But I assume you were referring to Amon's Fall, where the terrain changes are very noticeable, and they use doodads there, which are basically well, terrain objects that are shown or hidden dynamically. And it's very map specific, like you couldn't easily use that system on another map unless the map was extremely similar in terrain.
What is that thing? Was it human?
Okay, now I was worried music might be disabled, but that wasn't the case.
There's gotta be somewhere out there the aliens haven't touched.
Okay, there's a skybox, and it's
Undiscovered paradise
you can see the sky in the background, and that's about the only type of skybox that StarCraft 2 has. No, starry skies. You can see you can still mouse over stuff while in the transitional loading screen, which is pretty much an oversight. Now you'll notice that this is mission 9A, 9B being Haven's Fall.
We have received new robotic
And yes, you get to play, since your progress isn't saved, as in there's no meta progression, you get to play both missions. Well, this is absolutely the Void Ray mission. Again, I Can't actually remember why I decided to disable Orbital Strike and Solar Lance. Like, I don't think they would be too strong here. Well. Anyway. Man, I wish Reavers or Wrathwalkers were actually good. But they are not. Yes, that's an oversight on Blizzard's side. Like, map-to-map loading works properly, but it definitely has a few bugs like that.
They are ideal for intercepting foes in the battle ahead.
Well done, Phasesmith. We will make good use of them.
And obviously the replacement for the Viking is the Void Ray, which, as you might have guessed, the Void Ray is considerably stronger. I might have changed how that works for neutral structures. I remember the changing the filters at some point, but I truly don't remember if I applied that to all campaigns or if I tested it very thoroughly. And I might be a bit too aggressive here. Yeah, that's true. It's probably because of the terror fleet attacks, which you could just snipe. But again, I think if you have the foresight to actually save your energy for that, then that's something you should be able to do. Like, I don't think it's that cheesy. Well, that is absolutely true. The Purifier is literally invulnerable. And you'll notice that I make the enemy Tal'Darim here, when normally you fight Selendis. So the Tal'Darim is the Tal'Darim the mothership is actually Tal'Darim now. Obviously the idea is that you use Vikings to snipe the War Prisms and then you land. And with Void Rays you can do the exact same thing, minus the landing part. Yeah, I mean you attack the mothership but you only deal 5% damage, like it's Archimonde and Warcraft 3. So like a really skilled player could take 2 hours to actually beat the mothership without destroying the Nexus, so they could upload a video to YouTube to brag about it. Oh yeah, I mean, on the Moebius Factor you probably need at least a few charges of Solar Lance, I imagine, to kill the objective, but you know, I think that's perfectly fine. Though I will admit that this makes things more interesting when you have to physically move here. Like, I mean, sniping it with Solar Lance would be fine, but this is even more fun. Whoops. I should definitely take better care of my Void Rays. I still need to get those resources. Resources, I think, are a nice reward here. I mean, if the map gives you not enough resources, but then rewards you for doing the bonuses with resource palettes, then that's fine. But, you know, this is the only map that actually does that.
They've almost reached the next base. Hurry!
Nice. I remember trying scouts as the unit that you would unlock here. Like, I never planned to have non-campaign units on my campaigns, but I thought scouts might be a good fit, but they are not. They are not great at sieging and destroying enemy bases, so that ended up not working out well. And I consider phoenixes, but for obvious reasons, you know, phoenixes can't land mainly. That's not a point in their favor.
They'll fire on the settlement any second now. Get clear!
Also, Chrono Surge is buffed, so it costs 50 energy rather than 75. I always felt it was overpriced. Like, it's good, but it's definitely too expensive, considering you will be using other stuff. Also, these terror fleet units are on move command, so they move to the base and then they attack, which means you can intercept them freely. Which I guess is meant to prevent cheese from, I don't know, you driving them off course somehow. And these are Colossi. I wish I had added Wrathwalkers because they are actually decent anti-air. Like, and they can 1 or 2 shot the Voidway, so they would be a nice challenge to have. Take the gas, thank you. Yeah, I guess it would depend on how many upgrades they have. Well, no, not the mothership, not yet. I always like playing with Chrono Surge these missions. Feels very satisfying being able to pump out like 4 Voidways very quickly.
The Purifier's coming into range of a colony base.
And you can have 1 extra cast, which is nice. And this, well, I guess these guys want to keep harvesting for some reason. I think psionic storms are the main issue here. That should be fine. I don't actually remember if I buffed the Purifier mothership. I might have. I can't be sure. I don't know if 7k HP is normal for hard difficulty. But yes, I do think that this will be enough.
They'll fire on the settlement any second now. Get clear!
You can actually engage the mothership while it's firing. I mean, not while it's firing, while it's charging up. And it will not attack you, nor will someone reinforce me. And it's a bit... it feels a bit cheesy. I'll try to engage it right now, overland, so we'll get more of a challenge. We got the Ray Toilet, I guess. You can see the green selection circles around. Okay, well, looks like the terror fleet is ignoring us, so we'll just go for the mothership instead.
The Protoss are retreating! You've done it!
Again, I changed these missions so that you would be facing the Taldarium. Because it wouldn't make much sense, I guess, to face normal Protoss and Selendis. Maybe the normal lines wouldn't really make sense for the dialogue. Or maybe it was just for consistency, so that each time you face Protoss, they are actually Taldarium.
We have received new robotic siege technology, Hierarch. Please make your selection.
I guess that line plays because, you know, these are supposed to be alternate missions, so you are told again that you have robotic siege. One thing I would try again. We're facing Zerg this time. One thing I would definitely change about these earlier campaigns is the choosing screen. So that, you know, it would remember your choices, so that you don't have to click on everything every single time. And so that it would actually use pulldowns, which saves up a lot of space.
These Zerg are truly as tenacious as the archives claim. Their infestation already spreads across the surface.
I don't think Legacy of the Void ever talks about Root Lords, so there wasn't much any character could say about them there.
Well done, Phase Smith. We will make good use of them.
You do face Guardians, but I don't think those are mentioned either.
You must construct additional pylons. You have not enough minerals.
I do think you start with a lot more resources than usual here. That's a way I used to make missions somewhat easier, by basically giving you more certain resources. So there's an area around here, I think, there's sort of an island that you have to use Vikings to land on and get resources. But I moved those here because realistically you're not going to be able to grab those. So there should be gas pallets somewhere around here. Yeah, clearly I've forgotten where those are supposed to be. Well, I'm sure we'll find them eventually. Alright then. As we are here. So, other map makers have tested this, and buffing Void Rays with Chrono Beam doesn't actually do anything. As in, beam weapons, like, you know, the Void Rays, do not benefit from Chrono Beam. So they don't it doesn't actually enhance their DPS in any way. Oh, I remember that from Grant's playthrough, yeah. I mean, he should be thanking me that I actually moved the resources to a more approachable place. Like, seriously, it would be deploying reinforcements to an island, like, you couldn't get them back anyway, so that's not very efficient either.
This hive cluster has fallen. Continue on, brothers.
Thank you TF Demo for following, and also Dyson, who I missed earlier, thank you too. Yeah, but Archons, I mean, don't have a beam weapon in the sense that they are constantly channeling them at an enemy. Like, they hit once, stop, then hit again, which is the way most normal weapons work. I guess only Void Rays and Destroyers would fill the category of not benefiting from Chrono Beam. Oh man, all these missions where I start off the player without a Forge or Cybernetics core, that's very inconvenient. Okay, so since there are no voice lines for that, I simply use camera panning. Forced camera panning, which later becomes an option in later campaigns, but you know, some players like Grant become rightfully annoyed when camera control is taken away from them, because if you're in a fight or something, it can be very inconvenient. And I also changed the infestations so that you don't just have to kill the Virophage, you have to kill every unit in the area too. Otherwise you could just snipe them with Void Rays, which is a bit cheesy. And I do remember an oversight on my end, where there was a line when you saved the colony that said, "I knew Raynor would save us," and you know, that didn't quite fit with the theme of the campaign. I saw that Ruv one, for some reason I thought he was part of an attack wave. And I think that only happens on co-op. And I might be wrong about this one, but I think you start with 3 Vespene Geysers on the original mission, and on this one you only get 2, I think, which is a bit disappointing. So the issue with audio editing is that it's a bit tedious, so I avoid it whenever possible, because basically you would have to export the audio, edit it in Audacity, then import it again, which makes the mods, the mod file bigger. Especially if you have to cut the audio in the middle, there's no way to do it within the editor. So, I mean, to be honest, at this point in time when I made the campaign, I absolutely did not know how to do any form of audio editing for StarCraft 2. After this mission we'll unlock destroyers, which is a unit I'm very excited about, because in my version they are actually good units, so they are very enjoyable to play. And I think maybe they had infestors here, which really hurt. Oh, you know, when you're trying to attack with Void Rays. Yes, there we go. Fungal growth. I'll admit, this feels really good when you're just moving Void Rays to the base and they're just absolutely tearing through everything, like leaving nothing behind. And I missed the notification for this one, I think.
This hive cluster has fallen.
There used to be a bug here where borrowed units would count as units you had to clear. So what would basically happen is you had like a borrowed roach or whatever, and that would prevent you from actually clearing the objective. And having to proxy cannons to clear an area is not particularly fun gameplay. And it looks like I missed something, yeah. Oh. So, fun fact, there used to be a victory cinematic for this mission, and there's still one in the triggers. I don't remember exactly what it was supposed to be. I think some Vikings killing Zerglings at the base, sort of to show how you finish off the last of the infestation. But I remember trying, but I didn't manage to replicate it at the time. I mean, if I gave it a try now, I would probably do it. But yeah, I remember that it didn't quite work because I didn't understand how cinematics worked. And to be honest, I'm always glad to not have to work on a cinematic. Because cinematics can be very, very tedious. Because they take hours to get right, to make every single change you want, and then test it. And, you know, they often last like 30 seconds. So it's like, they almost feel like they're not worth the efforts. Especially because, you know, gameplay is always gameplay, while cinematics can always be skipped. And there are a few geysers I could have taken here. I might do that just in case, though. We are almost done anyway. And I don't think I found the gas pallets yet. That's strange. Well, I guess it's just something I don't personally enjoy working on. Cinematics, I mean. I always find it more rewarding to work on the actual gameplay stuff. And honestly, I'm perfectly fine with movies taking years to make because I'm not the one making them, so should be it.
The final hive has fallen. Let this be the first victory of many. Ire will be restored.
I could probably have cut off the part where he says Ire will be restored. Like, it will be, but just destroying a hive on Haven is absolutely not how you restore Ire. Be right back while this loads. Okay, moving on to Breakout. This was one of my favorite missions to work on. Because you get to choose what your ally will use. I mean, as opposed to Raynor, who has like every single unit you've unlocked at his disposal, but chooses to send Marines and Medics and then Marauders. Now you get the good stuff. And this was the first time I made custom AIs, which are simple but effective. Like, the units that have custom AIs are the Annihilator, which I will pick. You will basically use Shadow Cannon on the toughest nearby unit whenever it's off cooldown, which is great. And the Adept, which will throw their shade at enemies to debuff them and then cancel it, because if they didn't cancel it, they will just instantly die because they are behind enemy lines. And the Stalkers also have an AI that I took from Legacy of the Void, where whenever their shields are depleted, they will blink backwards to restore their shields mostly and get out of danger. And well, these all have abilities on autocast, so it doesn't really matter. I guess I'll go for the Spinny Boy because he's fun. And Solar Bombardment has been buffed. Remember, Photolos helped me set this up, where it lasts like 10 seconds more than usual, deals more damage over a larger area, and is generally really broken, but still weaker than Time Stop. So let's go show that off. Come on, Sergio, that chasm is not vast, you could probably just jump across. Yeah, also it stuns, which is makes it even stronger. So this was where I learned how the AI works, which is really fun, honestly. Just make some units that are marked as not initially constructed, and the AI will try to make them. And that's, really fun. I feel like this is where you should get Void Armor, like before you take damage, not after. Yes, and now you get Void Armor. To be honest, this is one of the versions of, I like this version of Breakout more than the original. Because Protoss units are more fun, and I think Sergio is more of a challenge than Zeratul, yeah, than Tosh is. I mean, with him being melee and all, which is also a bit more dangerous. Let's see if we can see the Adept AI in action. There we go. Throws Shade at the nearby enemy to debuff them, and then cancels it before it would teleport her. And despite how strong the Protoss units are, and they still need your help to get through, which feels pretty satisfying. If they were able to win on their own, it wouldn't be much fun. Though I actually think they can win without your help, though it takes maybe an hour or two. I remember I added this range indicator to Void Armor the other day. Because I was never sure whether a unit would be affected or not. It's quite a long range actually. And here comes Artanis to set up his base. I think I changed how Protoss structures work on this map so that it builds faster. Which is, why the Photon Cannon builds in 10 seconds and the Warp Gate builds in 30. Oh, I wasn't quick enough. Thank you, the Tukachev, for following, and TF Timo, whom I missed. Okay, and there's the Annihilator AI. You might have missed it, but they use Shadow Cannon against strong enemies, which is pretty fun. There we go. I don't think using it on medics is the best use, but it's definitely satisfying to watch. And this section is a bit trivial in that you can just do that and then clean up the enemies. There we go. And besides the reinforcements, your reward for clearing a bonus here is that Zeratul gets a full heal, which is the only way he has to regenerate health on this map. It's because Void Armor obviously helps with his heals, but he has no way to heal his HP since he don't get allied medics or anything like that. Okay. Wow, yeah, that was way too risky. I remember there was an early version of this when I wanted to have sentries, and I don't remember why I decided not to. I guess this pure damage composition actually works really well. Again, for some reason setting up AIs like that, where units that don't normally use their abilities now do, is always something I very much enjoy. Now we get a very nice heal. There we go. So one thing to keep in mind when strategizing is that Ghosts will snipe only biological units. So, you know, choosing Zealots and Adepts is not the best choice in that regard. Now you get basically 3 Spear Baton ultimates every 90 seconds. They're supposed to be the nuke equivalent, but they're probably a bit stronger, especially if you do something like this. I mean, that is absolutely insane. Like, I mean, it's still weaker than Time Stop, but very enjoyable to watch. Well, if you hold position where they are supposed to build a structure, they will most likely not build it until you move. As soon as you move, they will probably try to build it again. If you destroy it, yes, they will most likely rebuild it. I don't remember that's how it was set up on this map, but that's most likely how it works. Oh, and I absolutely love that the Annihilators will target the Banshees with a cannon, because you know, Cutthroat himself cannot hit air. And again, rushing in with the Protoss army is very, very satisfying. So these are the Legacy of the Void Reapers, so they do not deal extra damage versus light, which would make them really strong against Zeratul in this particular mission. Wow, they do clear stuff really fast. That's not exactly an HD model. Now we move on to the alternative mission, which is Ghost of a Chance. I guess this version should be called Facemith of a Chance. And yes, that is a joke, but I decided not to change the mission names because it would be really tough when, you know, getting bug reports or anything when you know, players can barely remember the original names. I can't expect them to remember the ones I came up with as well. That would not be reasonable. What type of Zealot do I want? Probably the Sentinel for durability.
Yes. I will find the solution.
So strangely, I chose Karax because I thought, well, Nova steals units and Karax also steals units. That must mean he's a great equivalent to have. And he is definitely not an exact equivalent, but it works well enough.
Detecting any robotic units ahead. I suppose now would be a good time to phase in some photon cannons.
I forgot this actually needs power. I remember at one point that both Grant and Jay Borino played through this mission, not the gold version, like each of them played the single player version individually, and each of them had like different opinions. I remember Grant thought that it was a cool take, but it didn't quite work as well as the original, while Jay was, you know, pretty happy with how it turned out because it gave you completely different tools to achieve the same objective. Oh yeah, I think this mission plays quite differently. Whether that's a good or a bad thing is very much a matter of opinion.
We should reclaim more robotic units before moving forward.
Yes, we should.
Purpose guides us. It will be. Shanala. Yes, Hierarch. It will be.
I will admit that being able to seal every single unit permanently is a bit on the strong side.
Always prepared. My expertise.
There are also these specters which will use psionic lash on whatever comes into range first. They can hit Karax very hard.
Ire will be restored. It will be. I concur. I hear you.
And I will admit that Reclamation trivializes this, where you can steal battlecruisers very easily. The one thing I did balance, in a way, is that you don't get to keep your reclaimed units between sections, because that would be a bit too strong if you reclaim 2 battlecruisers and you just got them for the other sections. Basically everything gets removed.
We are united. Shanala Aran. I will find the solution. Yes, Hierarch.
And one thing I had to deal with that was very frustrating is the Karax unit. I mean, normally you have a hero unit and you move it from place to place, you know, between cinematics, that's fine. Karax is complicated because he has these two servitors, which don't move along with him. I mean, if you move Karax, the servitors have to manually move all across the map until they reach him, which leaves Karax without an auto-attack ability. And also, Karax has an invisible pylon inside of him. And if you move Karax, the pylon does not move with him. So that's pretty frustrating to work with if you don't know how it works. And there is also a bug where Karax will keep attacking units he has reclaimed. So you will reclaim a unit and immediately lose it because Karax was hitting it. So I think this would be a good opportunity to show what happens if you don't reclaim any air units. Let's go use these guys for something, I guess. Go. And there's our reinforcements. Temporary Tempest. If you lose this Tempest before destroying the gate control, you lose the mission basically, because Karax is stuck. But no, unless you're intentionally trying to lose, that's unlikely, because you know, this thing has 10 range.
I will find the solution. I concur. We are all.
And that was also a defeat condition in the original, where if you lost your reinforcements and your dominated units and Nova couldn't get across, you would get a defeat message saying Nova is stranded. And that was the end of the mission. You can actually spot the Spectre casting the nuke with photon cannons, which is a really neat mechanic. Spectres also do not give any reward, which I feel like they should. And for the co-op version, I believe the reward is what was it? Like 1 zealot for each spectre you kill, which is something, I guess. Like getting any reward at all makes players actually want to at least do it, whereas right now there isn't a strong reason to do so. So this is interesting. This nuke silo is normally a structure, but since I made Karax unable to reclaim structures so he couldn't claim missile turrets, I had to remove the structure tag from the nuke silo. And now you get an ability charge. Actually, I think you can use it multiple times, but it shouldn't be actually necessary. Also, Tosh talking to Karax and calling him brother is one of the most bizarre things I've had in my campaigns.
Purpose guides us. I concur. I will find the solution.
So I do quite like how this mission turned out, with, you know, being able to use Reclamation and Phase Cannon really makes the mission feel different, like a different challenge you have to think about, and I quite like that.
Yes, Hierarch. Ire will be restored. I concur. Shanala Alai Delam. We are all Templar. Purpose guides us. It will be. I hear you. My expertise is yours. A face smith. What may I resolve? Purpose guides us. I hear you.
You don't actually have to clear this area, you could just go through the upper pathway and, you know, snipe the objective. Which kind of reminds me that I did not reclaim this thing. It's pretty useful for the ultimate ability.
Acquiring access. Shanala Arai Dela. Naku Afal Ire. We are all Templar. Ire will be restored. We are united. What may I resolve? A facemith is always prepared. Purpose guides us. Shalala Arai Delam. I hear you. It will be. Yes, Hierarch.
I did not remember this Ultralisk being 3-3. It makes sense considering how much punishment it can take. And I don't think it's going to die to the Marine, so I might as well kill him myself. Though one weakness with this mission that you can basically do this and instantly win. Now we are reaching the dig. And we finally get access to the Void Ray variants, especially the Destroyer.
The assault ships are now ready for your
And
inspection.
a new tier of Spear of Adun abilities, which are very nice too. I nerfed Deploy Phoenix by making it cost 75 energy. Whereas a Mass Recall is 25 and Shield Overcharge is 50. I guess the way this balances out is you don't get to really pick more than one ability which costs 75 energy, which would be these 3. Again, whenever Wings of Liberty uses the Special Ops dropship, that's fairly easy to set up, because you create the dropship and create the units inside it and make it drop. Whereas if you have a warp prism that goes into phasing mode, and then you warp in the units, that's much more complicated setup that requires the players to have enough supply, and requires you to have a super warp gate outside the map, which is like a special structure that can warp anything for free. I have to admit, it looks much cooler as Protoss when units warp in rather than just, you know, plop down from a ship. And since there's technically no new unit here, you just get whatever you chose as your immortal variant, which are Vanguards are just as broken as ever, being able to two-shot photon cannons and pylons.
Some of these abandoned structures remain functional. We shall make use of them.
And we get the laser drill replacement. This one was made by Photolos, and it's, you know, a destroyer on a stick. I think is a really funny replacement.
I'm detecting a Tal'Darim force amassing outside of our nexus point. We must prepare for assault.
The Nerazim have long used Kaydaran monoliths to protect our lands. I see your face.
It's also the mission where you get the Kaitani monoliths, because I guess it's the first proper defense missions in 0 hour.
They should prove instrumental in our defense.
This is a fairly standard defense mission, and I don't think there's much you can do until you get control of the drill. As in, you cannot hit those things, I forgot the name, temples, whatever, until you get control of the drill, so no bonus until then. I might just try going mass destroyers and destroying the enemy, because, you know, there's not much to talk about on this mission, and, you know, defense missions can get a bit tedious after a while. Shrines. Okay, no more defenders. I mean, you'd have to ask Photolos about that one. I imagine it could be made, not easily. Though the idea was to keep the same functionality as the original. I mean, it's not as simple as a model swap, but in essence it is the same unit. Like, again, for those who don't know, my what I do well within the editor are triggers, which handle, you know, gameplay stuff like which units you get and, you know, in-game events, cinematics. But stuff like data, such as creating new units or abilities, are simply not something I specialize in. So I never had to really deal with those things too much. So again, one thing that makes this mission fairly easy compared to, I guess, the co-op version, for instance, is that the Tal'Darim don't get Tal'Darim units. So they don't get Vanguards, which would annihilate your defenses, and they don't get Wrathwalkers, which are also very strong against structures. But again, I think the mission plays out decently well. And that is a lot of Stalkers, I think. Yeah, I think that Monolith is lost.
You have not enough minerals. Upgrade.
You would desecrate that which belongs to the gods. This will not be borne by the faithful.
Now you're supposed to use this fire to snipe high priority targets, but not all the time, because then you get you get behind and the mission will take longer. But it's perfectly acceptable to use it while you're setting up your defenses.
You have not enough minerals.
Making sure that we have enough defenses before we start massive void rays, and then we should be good to go. Yeah, well, I guess it would be consistent with beam weapons that they don't get affected by speed buffs. I guess you could make it so that whenever the Spire of Destruction is being chrono boosted, it deals more damage or something like that. Okay.
Acquiring access.
Okay, yeah, I almost forgot. We need to go get these.
The Death Fleet descends. The Death Fleet descends. The Death Fleet descends.
And the reward is some very unexciting Spear of Adun energy. So I guess we'll spam some abilities and then pick this up.
Base is under attack.
Oh, I'd forgotten I edited this tooltip. How nice.
The Death Fleet descends. The Death Fleet descends. The Death Fleet descends. The Death Fleet descends.
So these guys just run out pretty quickly. And the minerals too. In my later campaigns I always make sure that the player gets enough resources on their bases to last them through the whole mission. Especially on a defense mission, running out of resources does not feel great.
The Death Fleet descends.
We can probably get rid of these units. We won't be needing this.
You have not enough minerals.
So the change I made to the destroyer is that the split beam now deals half the damage of the main beam, and it scales with upgrades. So that means that the bounces actually do damage instead of tickling the enemy. I think it's absolutely a positive change. And I think I'll clear this side first because they got my cannons and it's not going to defend very well. And you can see that the bounces do significant damage. The point where you can actually kill units with a secondary beam. I mean with all of the bouncing beams really. Which the original absolutely does not do.
I am detecting Tal'Darim ships heading toward our nexus.
So there's basically a hidden victory condition that basically is wiping out the enemy Tal'Darim from the map. Destroy every enemy Tal'Darim structure and you win, even if you haven't finished drilling.
Alarak's warriors have established a large stronghold here. Templar, pull back. We do not have time to engage this base.
So if you don't feel like holding out until the end, you can just wipe out the enemy Tal'Darim like this. think the only thing to look out for are the High Templar. Their storms hurt a lot. And of course, once you get going and destroy one base, the enemy just can't build nearly as many units and it gets easier. But these are actually very well defended. Like even on hard, even going for a fairly efficient build, I'm still getting a few losses. But seeing those beams bounce around and actually destroy stuff is very satisfying. There was a test someone had done where they placed basically a supply depot next to a command center, and if the destroyer was hitting the command center until the command center dies, the depot would still be at like over half HP, which gives you an idea how bad the original destroyer is.
They seek to befoul the legacy of the gods. Destroy them.
Yeah, and that is the alternative win condition.
Still, you persist. It is heresy to touch the artifacts of the benefactor.
Anyway, let's get started. Today we are going for the Terran missions in the Wings of Liberty Protoss Edition campaign. Those missions used to be a separate campaign called Wings of Liberty Terran Edition, which for obvious reasons is not a great name. The reason it was separate is that, from my perspective, this was a totally separate campaign. As in, it was using totally different data and it was unrelated to the main campaign. But I quickly learned that players don't really like these short, like form-up campaigns. They tend to be not very popular. So I ended up merging this one with the main Wings of Liberty Protoss Edition campaign. And I inserted them right after the dig, which is when most players will do the Zeratul missions. Now, of course, you play as Tosh, because he's the one cloaked hero the Terrans have. Besides Nova, I guess. I think I never really considered using Nova for this campaign. So I basically joined cliffs so that Tosh could walk through. Normally this is a pit you have to blink through. I tried using bridges, but bridges in StarCraft 2 are really tricky to get right. There are some fully functional bridges that you can just place and walk over, but most of them just don't work like that. And I didn't find the fitting bridge for this part, so joining cliffs was much more reasonable. Yes, I completely share the sentiment on bridges. And for this mission it's totally fine. Like, someone had suggested giving Tosh a blink. Well, that might be a good idea. I tend to stick very closely to the original campaign, so making new abilities or giving heroes new abilities is something I don't usually do. But for this part that's fairly smooth. Another change I made that is from Legacy of the Void is having his hero panel right up in the top left here, which is, I think, a very nice touch. And his health bar itself has health, energy, and shields when you use the shields. And because Tosh is a regular sized unit, and his health bar is so huge, it looks, a bit too big, almost, hides Tosh. Another change I made for balance is giving Tosh 3-3, because I found that even on the well, on any difficulty really, having 3-3 made the mission feel much smoother. He also has like double the normal energy regen. Normally it's, for most units it's 0.5 per second, for Tosh it's 1. That's mostly to compensate for the fact that he doesn't have Consume, because in many of these missions you have medics, and having medics plus Consume essentially means endless energy, and that's not very interesting gameplay. And Scourges here are practically invulnerable, you cannot interact with them. Otherwise, your Marines and Tosh spend time shooting those, and that's pretty much pointless.
Remember, just keep sending in troops.
Yeah, we have just started. And yeah, that's the stream title because this 4-map mini-campaign is technically part of Wings of Liberty Protoss Edition. I was explaining that it used to be its own campaign called Wings of Liberty Turn Edition before I merged it. Which, you know, terrible name aside, I decided to merge it with the main campaign. But they kept the name because why not? I feel like Psy Shield is a stronger ability than players give it credit for. It's 30 energy on a pretty low cooldown and gives a ton of shields. I see, you can barely have it 100% uptime with no energy cost, because Tosh regenerates so fast, and that makes him basically unstoppable. Now, I have always hated this puzzle. It's so tough killing one of these Brute Lords in time. Especially as Zeratul, I guess. Obviously, Tosh has the huge advantage of being ranged, which is something I didn't fully account for. And obviously, being able to hit your Overseers with every single unit, which is, you know, Tosh and Marines, is stronger than... well, it's more power than Zeratul normally gets. Also, these reinforcements are fixed, meaning that you get them even if you didn't lose any units, which is probably not ideal. Ideally, the number of reinforcements you get should be kept steady. Otherwise, this happens where you don't lose a single war pig and you have like a huge army that can tear through everything. Which is fun, don't get me wrong, but it's not particularly challenging, I guess. There are also these force fields, which were, since these sections are now joined by ramps and cliffs, you could just skip the section by walking. So now there are force fields, and they disappear when you clear the area. If you wanted some lore explanation for that, you could say that Kerrigan is making them, just to annoy Tosh. I do quite like how this section plays out with Tosh, because Tosh is basically a Marine, and you get a ton of Marines, and those are very smooth to control. Like, they can hit every target, and they hit very fast, so they're honestly good in every situation. Also notice, when this hatchery dies, these larvae will die too, which I'm not sure if that was part of the original, as in... Legacy of the Void does that a lot, but Wings of Liberty did not. So you usually kill the hatchery and still have to manually kill the eggs, which is a bit annoying.
My forces are without number, and yours are dwindling by the minute.
Yeah, so that probably started on Heart of the Swarm. Though, in pretty much every map I've seen it use, it's literally a trigger that, you know, grabs the nearby units and kills them. Like, it's not a built-in thing in data like you'd expect. I'm not actually sure about the Heart of the Swarm campaign, but I believe that your own larva doesn't die there if you lose a hatchery. But I could be wrong.
Do what I wanna do. Let's just see about that. You asking?
I guess we could just go in. Because, you know, Mind Blast OP. And having Tosh revealed is actually great, because he has 300 HP and his ability gives him 300 shield, so you probably want him to tank most of the time. And this is how you completely trivialize what is supposed to be a puzzle. So, of course, in the original you're supposed to use Stalkers and Zeratul blinking around to avoid the Banelings, where here you can just Mind Blast them. And it's definitely one of those things that I didn't really think through. I mean, you would want this to be at least somewhat of a puzzle or somewhat challenging, and it's definitely not the case. So it's still very satisfying blowing up all those Banelings. So I think that for this map the reward for the bonus objectives, which is hammer securities, is actually fairly reasonable, because clearing the bonuses without losing units is doable, so getting 2 hammer securities as a reward actually feels pretty great. Of course, one unintended consequence of getting so many units is that you get to pretty much stomp the enemy for the final section. But I think that's fairly rewarding in a good way. Of course, Tychus is the Kara's replacement.
This ain't a stealth mission anymore, ladies.
Oh, definitely. Definitely not bad. But I guess my intention was to replicate the original campaign's feel, and this turned a stealth mission into a murder mission. Which in this case I think it's totally fine, because I hate stealth missions. As you can probably tell, because of the fact that in every one of my campaigns, whenever you have to do stealth, you can just murder everything with raw firepower. Also, Tychus gets Devil Dogs, because I thought those would be fun to have, and they have 3-3 and both upgrades. Which means they are still bad, but they can actually kill Zerglings for you, so that's probably a good thing. I don't think this was quite a murder mission. I mean, Zeratul can kill units quickly, but he has more utility with Void Prison, and Stalkers aren't Marines in terms of DPS. So you have to be strategic and take out the flying units while your ally tanks the ground units. Whereas now you can just A-move and win. So one thing I always change for my campaigns is the objective descriptions. Which, you know, I didn't even know you could mouse over these to get a description until I started working on my first custom campaign. Like, I did not know this was a thing. And so one thing I always have to do is change the descriptions, and no one ever reads them. Including myself, obviously, because I always forget that those exist. Hammer securities are great to have. Like, I think I got all 6 of them. Yes. That's all you can get for this mission. And they are great, because you can break the rocks to get through, which is very, very important. Which, again, raw firepower, because in the original mission you just have to be strategic and blink through when you get when you couldn't get through the rocks in time.
Scour you all from my world.
The thing is that I dislike tips. I only use them when there's an important game mechanic to be explained. I think that in all of my Breakout campaigns I have used them... I go slide first. In all of my Cutthroat campaigns I have only used them twice. To explain things that are not intuitive to players. I use them a lot in Astro's Reborn because I expect many players to be new to Warcraft 3.
Our allies are
But anyway, tips tend to get annoying, especially if you get like, hey, important stuff, and you read it and it's just like a flavor description for the mission, like nobody really cares. Like I personally would find it annoying if there was a tip and it was just like an objective description. Obviously I do wish players would read the stuff I write. And that was fairly easy. So, despite the fact that this is an old campaign, like the first one I ever made, I'm surprised at how well it holds up in terms of gameplay. Like, sure. I mean, it could use some more work with more dialogues and, you know, better decisions for unit introductions, but the gameplay itself is really solid. And, you know, I haven't run into any bugs yet, which I think is the most important thing to have. So, I don't think I mentioned this, but these type of choosing screens at the beginning of the mission are a system I came up with myself. I mean, I'm sure that other players use similar systems, but I pretty much did this one from scratch without checking out the sources. And the way it works is basically you pause the units and the game time, you hide every UI element like the console and, you know, the actual game, put an image in the background and create all these frames and buttons. And then, you know, store these player choices and apply them when they hit start. The one thing I regret is that, you know, buttons get disabled when you pick an option, so click hard and you can no longer choose normal or brutal unless you reset, which when you have like 20 options is annoying to have to reset. Going for ultra capacitors because manipulating sucks, unless you're going mass battle cruisers, I guess. And we're going for a strike turret, because it has been buffed. Normally it deals 6 damage, which is an unoperated marine, and now it deals 10, which is about one unoperated marine and 2/3. It's actually good. Thank you, Godmiclex, for following, I appreciate it.
Moebius base local net accessed. Decrypting security overrides. Transferring control of base structures to you, Commander.
Thank you, What the Heck, for following. Sometimes I did get creative with the dialogues, like using this transmissions from the dig. I think it fit very nicely here. And I even get the abandoned base, the Moebius logo. You might be wondering why there's a Moebius base here, and I have no answer to that.
What's going on? Yep. Will do.
Now, of course, Terrans don't need to power up structures, so the objective is to repair these, which is essentially pointless, because you don't even... I mean, except for the bunkers, repairing them is not particularly useful. And you can even win the mission without repairing them. Because the way it usually works is you complete the main objective, which is, you know, destroying the 3 prisons, and that's it. Like, you win the mission, regardless of whether you completed any other main or optional objectives.
SCV ready.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
In the rear with the Big job, huh? Huh?
I mean, I wish I could add a senile Seratul meme, but no, this isn't even a Protoss mission in the slider, so it's a bit of a stretch. Yay! Objective complete.
SCV ready. Gotcha.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
This mission feels a bit easier as Terran. Mostly because macroing is so easy when your army consists of Marine Marauder. And also strike turrets are great because they can defend against a Soaker even when you don't have any army units like now. Okay? 10 damage.
SCV ready. Yep. Well, butter my biscuit. What's going on? Bad news? SCV ready.
That is absolutely true. Marines are such a versatile unit. I mean, they fire fast, they move fast, they can fire even faster with Steam Pack, they hit ground and air. Like they're not really bad at anything, except I guess they survive in AoE. While Soakers are not great.
The hybrid is on the move.
Yes, I think that Terran is just man with gun is the best explanation for this.
SCV ready. Going. Big job, huh?
And I think once you get your defenses in place, this gets
SCV ready.
much easier, because you know Terran actually has good static defense. Like the Protoss that with Fusion Cannons, they simply die very quickly and you have to spend a lot of time rebuilding them, and that's expensive. That didn't quite work out.
SCV ready.
So that's a rock, which I probably should have removed because it looks odd when the supply depot lowers through the rock.
SCV ready.
Not enough room.
First Mar attack. So this is hard difficulty, and the AI does not normally focus on medics or repairing workers on hard difficulty. Mar is just teleporting around and hitting whatever's closest. That's a brutal behavior when they're focused medics. It's a very nice touch, as it does make hard considerably more casual in a way.
Get this factory back to the landing zone and get it building.
Upgrade complete.
What's on your mind? What's up?
I thought I had the Swan quote for Diamondbacks, but I guess not. That might just be for the co-op version though.
I like it.
Also, Mara has this huge health bar for shields, life and energy, which is not terribly common.
Been waiting on you.
Whoops, didn't mean to use impact there.
You're the boss.
What am I doing? Did not mean to pull all of these SCVs.
Add-on complete.
So Mara isn't actually armored. I don't believe he was in the original either. But Diamondbacks are still deal a decent amount of damage, and they can kite around, so they're a good choice against him.
depots required.
I apologize for the poor macro. Talking and playing at the same time is still something I'm getting the hang of. Another change I made from Wings of Liberty where Reapers required a tech lab and now they do not. I think makes them at least a viable choice, so you don't have to invest in a tech lab.
Big job, huh?
Additional supply depots required.
Gotcha.
Add-on complete.
And I believe that the way Mar works is every time you kill him, he comes back a little stronger, with more health and shields, and a few times with more abilities. Like he has an AoE ability that pushes enemies away. And I think that's up to a cap, like he doesn't get infinitely stronger. After a certain point he will just stop growing. I actually meant to build tech labs, not reactors for these.
Insufficient SP.
What's going on? Go ahead.
Add-on complete.
Okay, I think this mobile army
Insufficient.
should be enough.
Additional supply depots required.
Definitely falling behind on my macro here. Okay, let's go actually move out. I'm really slow on my macro today. Of course, the replacement for the Dark Templar is the Spectre.
Welcome aboard, boys.
And you can make nukes if you want. They are only really good for destroying structures because the enemy has dodge. And for this campaign I didn't immediately give Spectres the permanent cloak upgrade, which I definitely should, because they feel a bit useless without it. Hard to micro properly.
Base is under attack.
The doctor is in.
Base is under attack.
This map has really nice terraining, and they actually made a skin for the Protoss, which is not quite a skin. Like, it's not different models, but they changed the texture, so you use these green ones, which look really, really good.
At least the barracks made it down in one piece. Fly it somewhere safe behind our lines and start producing. Bring it. What's your call?
I have no idea. Oh, Mar is changing this one Marine. How nice of him.
Gotcha. Huh?
And Mercs are just such a great addition to the Terran campaign in general. You pay instantly, get stronger units, and you know, if you're not have like lots of free supply, you can get instant units without waiting. I mean, these are developed, so they don't count, but all the other mercs are pretty good. I guess we can just spam Marines until we win now.
Upgrade complete. Not enough minerals.
The doctor is in.
Additional supply depots required.
And I guess we can go in while Mar is distracted. Whoop. Where? Ah, god damn that High Templar. I always forget about him. Well, luckily Mar is so weak, he's literally getting distracted by two strike bunkers.
Better send some body bags.
Additional supply depots required.
So I don't have much to mention in terms of the changes I made to this map. This is a very straightforward macro map, which, you know, basically changed the race, some of the dialogues and the units you get, and the map plays itself. Which means that it's, generally speaking, easier to set up than stuff like no build missions, which, you know, are a bit more complex. So these are the Wings of Liberty High Templars, so they don't have an auto attack, since they just run away when you hit them. Okay, I think just going to dive the prisons. Mar has gotten quite big. So I'm glad we can finish this now. These cinematics are pretty much unchanged. Like, Tosh doesn't speak too much in the campaign, and he definitely doesn't have any quotes regarding vague prophecies. Still, this is a pretty cool cinematic. I didn't do many like this one. And Tosh doesn't even say thank you in a way. Yeah, the original campaign is fairly inconsistent in how it handles heroes. As in, the first mission is a no-build mission, so you get Zeratul. The second mission is a build mission and you don't get Zeratul. The third mission is a build mission and you do get him. And I guess it's to interact with the tendrils, but it does seem inconsistent. And I'll take Perdition turrets because they are better than planetary fortresses, and I will die on this hill. I mean, that's true about the Cantina quotes. I probably look up and see if something is worth adding. Though at the time I didn't know you could use normal Hyperion lines as in-game conversations. That's definitely something I learned a bit later.
Moebius base local net access.
Yay, another Moebius base.
Overrides. Transferring control of base structures to you, Commander.
And this is the best unit introduction in StarCraft history.
These
These new siege tanks work
So
just
I
like the old ones.
originally didn't mean this as a meme.
They get increased range
Just,
and
you know,
firepower.
replace Colossi with siege tanks and hope it would work. But players found it hilarious for some reason.
Commander, tactical analysis indicates
The reason being that amphibious siege tanks rolling out of the water are pretty funny, I guess.
All right, let's move out and take it to 'em. We've got to clear this area.
Before you see it,
SCV ready.
talk is cheap.
This one feels, in a way, like a StarCraft 1 mission, in which you get a very strong hero, but losing him means instant defeat. Which, you know, it was never very fun, even in StarCraft 1. Luckily, Tosh is fairly strong, so that losing him shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Well, butter my biscuit. Go ahead.
Get this factory back to the landing zone and get it building.
SCV ready.
And there are also a ton of pickups that are really, really great. Like, I mean, a single of these is worth 20 SCV trips. So that's how strong pickups are.
Talk is cheap. Let's do this.
SCV ready.
Yes. Let's just see about that. Gonna be a ghost for you.
Warning. Incoming Zerg attack wave detected.
SCV ready.
I should probably go back and defend. Honestly, a single perdition turret would handle all of these Zerglings by itself.
Roger.
Add-on complete.
I can't build here.
So let's go handle our defenses now.
I can't build here. Go ahead.
Of course, prediction turrets are not great against stronger enemies, but against waves of Zerglings like on this map, they are simply the best option.
SCV ready.
Let's do this. Yes.
SCV ready.
And getting a chance really heals touch, so I'm going to do that before I accidentally have to restart.
SCV ready.
At least a barracks made it down in one piece. Fly it somewhere safe behind our lines and start.
And I think the way that you rescue this obelisk is you simply
The raiders are here. We're
approach
safe.
them. Which is a bit of an uninspired change. And they don't actually give you anything. That's even worse. For the gold version, I made it so that you have to repair them with an SCV and you get units as a reward, which is overall a much better choice. Now we already get the medics without tech lab upgrade, so reactors will be fine. And while I could take the expansions, probably not necessary. And I mean, with mules and microfiltering, I think this is going to be enough.
Warning. Large Zerg force incoming.
SCV ready. I can't build here.
And I'm fairly sure that the partition turrets will handle its attack wave on their own. And I forgot about my mercs. That's interesting positioning for a knight as well.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
What's going on? Yeah.
This is also a very straightforward mission to convert in a way, in that there aren't many changes to be made. You pre-placed units and this stuff you rescue, the rest more or less plays itself. And that's mostly due to the fact that I didn't use many transmissions online, so this is a very quiet mission in a way.
What's going on? Roger. I can't build here.
Out with it. I know it before it comes.
This is one of the reasons why firebats are bad. I mean, they are only good against light units like Zerglings, and they are practically melee with their range.
The doctor is in. The doctor is in.
My goose is getting cooked.
We could use some help here.
The doctor is in.
Additional supply depots required.
Let's do this.
But once you get a very strong turn army like this one, you can just go and claim all of these tendrils in a go. I mean, Dosh becomes invulnerable while channeling, so if you get into each one without dying, you can also pretty much speedrun the mission.
Incoming Zerg attack wave detected. Upgrade complete. Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead.
Base is under attack.
Let's just see
What needs killing?
One thing I didn't do too well for this missions is letting the player know which upgrades they have available. Like for the previous mission you needed a tech lab to build medics, for this mission you do not, and there's no indication that that's the case, especially since the player doesn't get to choose their upgrades. Again, for co-op, the co-op version, I made a new choosing screen that has tiny buttons that show you which upgrades are available, and you can read through those and figure out what upgrade you will get for the cabin mission. I will admit that compared to the rest of this campaign, which are Protoss missions, this feels a bit underwhelming. Because Terran, Wings of Liberty is fun as Terran, but the Terran race doesn't have any special mechanics that makes it particularly interesting. Like no hero unit like Kerrigan, no Spear of Adun, no unit variants. You have mercs, but they are basically a different model and they have more HP and damage, and that's it. Like no special abilities or anything like that. Which is why, while this is fun, it feels like very traditional RTS gameplay. maybe not what most players want, because you know, StarCraft 2 campaign is more about these exciting changes from the PvP gameplay.
I speak to you from the beyond.
And now we're speaking to Toshi's brother, Tassadar.
Always. The Zerg were
I will skip this one because Tosh does not speak, so it's a very long Tassadar monologue. And now we are reaching what is one of my favorite race-up missions.
You know all that Protoss stuff you found? Yeah, I based some of my work on that. Have a look.
You get Tech Reactor as a non-optional upgrade, I say. Like you skip straight from tier 2 into tier 5. And you get Tech Reactors because it makes the mission more enjoyable. Yeah, that was definitely a lost opportunity for memes with the Tosh Tassadar interaction. The reason I like this mission as Terran is because Terrans are better at defense, and the transmissions I use, I feel, fit very well for, you know, Terrans facing the end of the world. Like, this feels very epic, like the original mission, and I even like it more than the original mission, which is not often the case. And it's an opportunity to make the player really strong, like with all of these starting units. And yeah, like the player starts off really strong, but the enemy is also strong, and that's usually a very good combination to have.
Something that'll help you. I called in some favors and got us Viking schematics.
Welcome aboard, boys.
Show 'em up. Let's get into the fight. No one lives forever.
I decided to give the player only one base for this mission. Because more than one base combined with mules and microfiltering simply means that the player can macro very strongly, let's say, and they simply win the mission very easily. Like, you have too many resources and you can finish setting up very early, and that's not generally a great idea. Like, it makes the mission much less challenging.
I'm going.
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Base is under attack.
woods cracking.
And I also got lucky that there are so many Terran heroes you can choose here. Like, you get Swan, Nova, Raynor, both versions of Raynor, Tychus, Stetman, which I did not end up using for this version. But, like, there are many Terran heroes you can use, and that's good when you need these many heroes to mimic the original.
Not enough minerals. Upgrade complete.
You asking or telling?
Our SC is under attack.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Talk is cheap.
You ready for war?
And this makes for some very interesting gameplay, where you have your ground army covering the entrances, and your Vikings patrolling against Ninjalisks. And you also have the fully operated missile turrets, which are amazing against mutualists.
You scared me! Ready. We hear you.
Not enough minerals.
One change I also made to the co-op version of this campaign is merging vehicle and ship upgrades, so they are, you know, 2-in-1 like in Legacy of the Void, and I think in Cloud of the Swarm as well. Because, you know, having 4 upgrades instead of 2 makes it take a long time to actually finish upgrading everything, especially if you're going both vehicles and ships. And ironically, Terrans are much better at defending against these unstoppable ultimate lifeform that are the hybrid than the Protoss. Like siege tanks and man with gun simply beat hybrid.
Got 100 tons of Zerg incoming. Convince me. Let's just see about it.
I can't build here. What's going on? I can't build here.
Not enough minerals. Base is under attack. Upgrade complete.
Whoops. Force one. I sent him into the Evac tank. This Hydralisk is on top of a prediction turret. It means that it cannot Amvoro. That's something that occasionally happens too. Bullet loads too. Our missile turrets are no good against. Hey, Noah.
Let's get this party started.
We're rolling now. Keep them busy while we establish our forward position.
I also start this player off with these sensor towers here and here. They, let you know of incoming attack waves. Like you can see the range on the minimap is just huge. That's a really nice touch that I'd forgotten about.
What's our target? That's a negatory. It's blocked.
Ready to blunder.
SCV ready.
What's going made for battle.
not enough minerals.
So this mission is actually challenging. It requires quite a bit of my attention to, you know, do everything at once, setting up defenses on all 3 entrances and keeping SCVs repairing and everything. And of course, my 2 SCVs got trapped, both of them.
Yeah? Loud and clear. Fueled up, ready to go.
Base is under attack. Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
That is true. Planetary fortresses might actually be the better choice. For this mission at least.
Got no patience for sitting around.
You ask, you gonna give me orders?
SCV ready. SCV ready.
I still think we're doing okay. The only issue is that sometimes you're doing so well on this mission that it's pretty much endless, because Terran can hold out for a very, very long time.
I can't build here. I can't build here. Well, butter my biscuit. Sure thing.
Every hand is turned against you.
No, you think that they would have fixed workers getting stuck between structures and the wall. That's fairly obnoxious. Hello, Jayden. How are you doing today? Luckily, siege tanks can reach everywhere. I was afraid I had missed the part where they spawn on the high ground, which wasn't the case.
All right, Takis. Do your thing.
Thought you'd never ask.
Fueled up, ready to go.
At this point, things get pretty easy. Just keep building siege tanks, a few Vikings, and you are good to go until you reach the cap. I think this is a unique mission in that you actually have to lose to win, and you know, you pretty much choose when that happens. Also, just remember that this is a change I made for my Terran campaigns. Making battlecruisers fire on the move. Because it's actually a fairly easy change to make. I mean, for units like the battlecruiser who actually look good, you know, while strafing the enemy. I also did that for the Jackson's Revenge, and that doesn't look quite as good because he uses cannons, but I wanted it for consistency anyway. Like, he's firing his cannons forward, but he's hitting enemies at an angle from him. Now, it looks strange, but I didn't want the ultimate battlecruiser that you can only get one of to be weaker than normal battlecruisers. And I think this is a good opportunity to show this off, where Nova has the domination ability, which has no filters for stronger units, because it's only using Ghost of a Chance and they are not needed there. So you can do this. And you have a pet Omegalisk.
Nova here. Strictly business.
Which I might not be able to actually fit through here. We just leave him on patrol, I suppose. You can also dominate Hybrid, which, I mean, normally this isn't something I would allow. But since you can only dominate one unit at a time, I think it's acceptable. Like, if you could dominate like every single hybrid you come across, that would definitely be a problem.
Let's get into the convince. Fighter made for battle. Agreed.
Yeah, I don't believe they are heroic, or maybe I made them heroic for my campaigns. But anyway, domination doesn't have filters against heroic, so you could dominate them in any way. I have to admit that it's a bit underwhelming that, you know, hybrids, which are supposed to be so scary, are not heroic, so you can dominate them. They are not massive, so you can lift them with phoenixes. I mean, I get that it's for gameplay balance, but it does feel a bit underwhelming anyway. But this mission took quite a bit to get the balance right. Mostly because of your income. Like, getting to this point where you have like just enough income that you get going very strong by this point of the game, that took a lot of testing. You started with 2 bases like in the original, this mission becomes pretty trivial. Yeah, I also really like the co-op version of this campaign, because I applied many things I learned, like many changes that feel better to play, and, you know, also nightmare difficulty is always a nice challenge.
What's going on?
Abandoned ship.
Base is under attack.
I'm going to be optimistic and assume that you actually won.
I can't build here.
I like it.
Fueled up, ready to go.
You're the boss. I can't build
This
here.
reminds me of a thing that happened to me when I published the Mr. Protoss edition for the first time, when I announced it on Reddit. Like, I had been working for 5 weeks non-stop and I was really burned out, so I had to use, you know, the last of my willpower to publish it and announce it and make the trailer and everything. And like 3 hours after I published it, I get a comment that says, "Wow, I played through all of it and it was great." And it felt so strange that, you know, you spend weeks working on it full time and, you know, someone can get through it so quickly, like in less than an afternoon. But of course it's flattering that someone told me they enjoyed it, so I'm definitely not complaining.
Let's get into the fight.
Base is under attack. Upgrade.
And this is the part I was afraid of. I mean, it's not too scary if you're actually prepared, which I was not. And I cannot be bothered to micro properly, so I'm just A-moving every single unit, even the Vikings.
Damn straight. Let's do this.
Yeah, all-in is pretty tough on Nightmare. Need very specific strategy to pull it off. You know, for some reason I'm sort of a purist when it comes to defense, and I refuse to like put blocking structures in front of my actual defensive structures. Like, I know that engineering bases are a very efficient way to handle enemy units, but I usually just go for bunkers and perdition turrets. And I think my Omegalisk just died.
Upgrade complete.
I might need to get myself another one.
Acknowledged. En route. Got it. Loud and clear.
There we go.
Say again.
Whoa. Well, that is unfortunate, and that means I also lose the Omegalisk because nobody's dead.
Vespine Geyser exhausted. Base is under attack.
I remember, I think it was on the very early version of this, for some reason I completely butchered Nova's name and I wrote Terra Nova as her name on this message, and I have no idea what I was thinking about at the moment.
Base is under attack.
There we go.
Base is
Looks like we're on our own, boys.
Now this Rainer unit is actually the Hyperion unit from the 0 Hour Victory cinematic. And it's not meant to be playable. As in, I mean, it was made for that cinematic in particular, but it had a bunch of issues. Mainly that it would practically take no damage, like it had a behavior that it would take like 1 damage per hit, regardless of what it was. Since it hits, I mean, it hits enemies automatically, which is nice, but it also damages allies. It also had like a no CD, no energy cost Yamato cannon that damages both air and ground units in AoE. Like the actual original unit unmodified was absolutely insane, like broken. You could just stall forever. Whereas this version is much more reasonable.
Time to man up. Sounds like a plan. You can count on
I mean, reasonable in terms of this mission, I guess, because you're just supposed to hold out. It would be insane in any other context.
What's up? Sounds like a plan. Talk to me.
It should be stronger. Let me check. Yamato cannon, 300 damage to a single target. This is 250, but to all units in the area, so like this. And it's probably tough to see. Let's try it again. So here's a big explosion on the ground and it damages all units, so it's not single target. Yeah, that's definitely something I could fix. It doesn't need to be facing its target to actually shoot, like it's... Oh, it's not that it doesn't need to turn, it's that it just doesn't need to stop when it's firing the Yamato cannon. And definitely something of an oversight. I have also... I made the optional objective protecting the colony ship, which I think is more interesting and creative than simply having the Templar, the Protoss archive, which would make no sense in this context. But it gives no reward here, so that does seem fairly pointless.
You can count on me.
Okay, this is going to take too long if I wait until I actually die. So I'm just going to unsiege stuff and hope to die quickly. It does in the co-op version, but this is the single player version, and many of the optional objectives either give no reward or are pretty underwhelming.
Raiders roll. Break it down.
I wish there was a faster way to do this. I guess because I want to get the victory cinematic, but I don't actually think I changed anything about it.
By the numbers, boys.
Base is under attack. Upgrade complete. Base is under attack.
So obviously enemies spawn off map for this mission. So there's no base to destroy, no way to really slow them down. Okay, this is going to be over quick enough. I should have landed this. Come on, Amon. We were actually winning, we just got bored and let you win this time. Honestly, a big I give up button in the middle of the screen for when you reach the objective would be a pretty nice feature. I mean, unless you're playing on the highest difficulty and the mission is designed so that you will actually lose shortly after that. Okay, yeah, I mean, last stand definitely allows you to end the mission when you want, but that's different in that you're waiting for a specific event so that you can activate the temple, and that's victory. Here, victory is holding up for as long as you can. So from the lore point of view, it doesn't really make sense for you to just give up. And we are back to Protoss, finally. Be considerably more fun. I'll try Phoenix, which has been nerfed, so he costs 75 energy, so the rest is pretty much the same. And I guess Solar Lance, and I for some reason disabled warping reinforcements, I guess because you're supposed to be resource starved for this mission, so I didn't want the player to just spam warping reinforcements. You know, probably I don't think that's such a big concern anyway. And let's go through these. Now that there are so many choices, I'm really wanting a system like my newer campaigns where your choices are actually saved. Especially because most of these don't really matter as I won't be making them. I think this is one of the missions in which having fewer resources is justified because you are supposed to get them from the train. And this is one of my favorite things in this campaign. I mean, Who doesn't love the dancing annihilators? I have no idea how many vanguards it will take. Okay, the fighters are Spear of Adun energy, which I think is okay-ish. I don't know if I picked vanguards, I might be able to build a few of those. So, annihilators I think are a good choice, just because their cannon can shoot the train while it's moving. I think that works quite nicely. So obviously the Protoss don't really have quite a fire on the move unit. Yes, except the Wrathwalker. Wrathwalker might have been a good choice here too. But they are not nearly as cheap as the Diamondback. And they cost a lot of supply. I feel like Wrathwalker would have been strong against the trains, but not against anything else really. Like, they struggle against stuff like Marines, for instance. This mission I think is entertaining in the beginning, when you can go around, pick up all of these resources and bonus objectives, but if you know where everything is by before you're halfway done, you will just be waiting for the trains, which is a bit less entertaining. Let's try the cannons. Yeah, that definitely feels very satisfying to use. Thank you, Seratul. I do use that line whenever there's something resource related because there aren't many choices. Oh yeah, I did choose Vanguard, so we can use those against the train. And this is hard difficulty, so there's quite a bit of time between trains, which allows me to explore freely. While I normally can play on Brutal without too much of a struggle, doing that while streaming has proven to be extremely challenging, to the point where I end up having to restart, so I'm much more comfortable playing on hard. Yeah, I try to make Nightmares specifically for players who want a challenge. It's, you know, pretty insane and ridiculous in a way. It's not supposed to be like fair or anything like that.
The hour is upon.
Okay. And obviously Phoenix gets distracted too easily to actually take down the train. And I don't think he has DPS anyway. That is nice to kill the escorts with. I think I'm missing the final Annihilator too. If I don't have any units out, I can just use Solar Lance, I suppose. Okay, come on. They're attacking with Medivacs and Fire, but that's an unimpressive attack wave. Especially because Vanguards exist. Yes, Fire Bats. I probably said something else. Marauders? Yes, those are Fire Bats. Whoops, I was not paying attention, I might miss that train. Okay, we might actually make it. Because cannons. And Vanguard. Yes. Now this I think is when the mission gets a bit tedious. Because I'm 3 out of 8 trains done. And there's nothing really for me to do. Besides wait for the trains. I mean, unless you want to attack the enemy bases, which is somewhat useful, I guess, if you want to just kill the trains as they spawn.
The fires of conflict burn bright.
Yes, Vanguards are so strong and satisfying to use. Oh, I'd forgotten these are actually connected. Right? They can actually access both train entrances from here. I remember there used to be a bug where if you use the Spear of Adun while the train was spawning, like they would continue spawning even though time was paused because they were playing an animation that was unaffected by, you know, time being stopped. Yeah, so there's not much to do. I mean, you can take this base, but I'm not sure that they even send attack waves from here. And honestly, even in that case, defending the attack waves is probably easier than actually taking down the base. So I'm losing quite a bit of stuff here. Wow, those are lots of ravens. I think the kill teams spawn a bit later. They are pinged on the minimap. I don't remember after which train it was, maybe after the 5th or the 6th one. There we go. Now this was almost certainly a mistake. I I'm not sure I can reach the train, especially from back here. And there goes my Vanguard. Yeah, I think I'm just going to let this train go. There's no way I can kill it in time. I am also out of resources. I guess I might be able to take this base, but they probably rebuilt. And they keep trying to rebuild until you know, wipe out the map. And I also don't have enough minerals to... And maybe I can... Yes, that's better. So that train is really slow, it still hasn't even left. I think I'll just send the Phoenix so he'll help me clear out this base, and with that command center gone, they should just... Phoenix, where are you going? God damn it, Phoenix. Normally he's pretty smart about stuff. He decided not to participate this time. Okay, I should be able to actually reach this train. Okay, well. That's what I get for messing around on this mission. Yes, I probably quit this one. I won't restart because it's a very long, boring mission. And there's nothing special about the victory cinematic, so we can go straight to the next one. When you are, you know, sort of scrambling to figure out where everything is hidden, the mission can be fun, but when you find everything before the first 4 trains, then you're just idling for 20 minutes. So the victory cinematic you're thinking is for the co-op version. The single player version is not a funny cinematic.
Acquiring access.
I think this is a fairly cool intro where you take the pylons and your whole base gets warped in.
Well, at least there's enough resources here to get started.
And this is a pretty fun mission, where you have to, you know, reach a certain number of resources, which no campaign after Wings of Liberty does anything like this, and they go for much more traditional gameplay. Which I guess is understandable, but it's It's a shame because it gives the campaign that much more variety. And I chose this mission for to be the Phoenix mission because, you know, I guess they are fast and mobile and I had to introduce them somewhere. I think it mostly works, though they're definitely not vultures with spider mines. Well, for co-op I made a bunch of balance changes that, you know, has nerfing Temporal Field and Solar Lance. For the Outbreak mission I also made it so that you get normal Colossi instead of Purifier Colossi, stuff like that. Like this mission is fun, this campaign is fun, but it's often not very challenging. But for co-op I made sure it was actually challenging by, you know, making it more difficult occasionally. And another great thing about this mission is that you can actually kill the enemy harvesters, like the Orlan's command centers, to actually slow him down, which, you know, is a very, very interesting challenge. And I have to admit that Phoenixes work quite well here, at this one. Their Graviton Beam is off cooldown. Like they are definitely out of commission for 30 seconds every time they do that.
The Death Fleet descends. Where do our enemies move? I will.
Well, again, going around the map, collecting scrap, and stopping the enemy from gaining resources, that it's really interesting gameplay. And we haven't seen anything that, I guess, innovative in the later campaigns. And it's an interesting challenge as Protoss, because you have the Spear of Adun, which of course doesn't cost resources, but every Protoss unit you build does cost resources and quite a bit more than turn, so they are a bit less efficient that way. Though the advantage of Protoss is you can have a relatively small army like this one and they can tear through everything very quickly. And this probably, at least on hard difficulty, this is enough to win the mission. I'm already ahead of Orlan and I've only taken down one of its command centers, so I think it's going very well. Honestly, Dark Archons would be surprisingly good here. I mean, they are surprisingly good everywhere. But on this mission where, you know, spending gas isn't an issue, yes, definitely. And of course, defending with Solar Lance doesn't cost minerals, and I didn't want to actually build photon cannons there too. I think someone had mentioned that if instead of, you know, reaching the 6,000 minerals, you use the minerals you gather to actually build an army and kill Orlan, that's probably a more efficient use of your resources, because you don't quite get 6,000 minerals worth of resources with the purifier base. I think it's here, yes. Or maybe you do. This actually looks like a good army. Phoenix, the mercenary Protoss. Yeah, and you also get a pretty huge base with, you know, production structures and upgrades, so in the long term it might be actually worth it. I did not even have to expand on my starting base. This will be it. And that's it.
The Purifiers march for victory.
Yep, very nice. I mean, I don't know if it's worth 6k minerals, but it's definitely a very nice looking base at least. At the time I did not have my skins system set up yet. Why does everything look white, team colored now? I'm not using... Oh yeah, looks like I was using player colors and I hit Alt F accidentally. Anyway, at the time I didn't have my skins system set up where you can just apply a skin and the player looks Purifier. That system I only made for... I made it initially for co-op. And I never updated my older campaigns with it. I think it would be simply strange if that happened. Like, why would the purifiers be white? They're usually just orange. Well, the nice part about completing the main objective is that you can pick up all the remaining scrap and you get to keep all of the minerals. Very nice. And I guess I can also make some other robotics units just to supplement the army. Yeah, so I think it was Grant who first discovered that you can cheese this mission by gaining vision up here with a Phoenix. And then deploying Phoenix, like the actual Talendar. And he will attack the planetary fortress and win the game for you. And you can do this like before the 5-minute mark, I think. That's a very cheesy and very efficient way to win.
The hour is upon us.
Where do our enemies lurk? Upgrade complete.
And I think I'll probably try to just go in with this army. No need to wait. There's a funny thing you can do where you can snipe the ghost with Phoenix. Let's see if I can pull it off. Not this time, I guess. I forgot where he's actually standing. Yeah, I think I got him with Solar Lance at least. Oh, Phoenix actually almost died. Impressive. Yeah, so this is fairly easy once you get the minerals. And even getting the minerals wasn't particularly challenging anyway.
Alright, I surrender. Just take your damn heads down.
Fight on, brothers. Slaughter.
Phoenix is feeling particularly merciful today. He just kills Orlan. I will be right back while this next map loads. Okay, moving on to Engine of Destruction.
The starfighters have arrived.
See, now, again, now that there's so many options, it gets a bit annoying having to pick the same stuff every time. I would much rather have a system that remembers my choices. Especially because I'm not even going to use most of these units anyway. And this is of course the Odin mission. And I decided to keep Tychus as the pilot because there's a lot of cool transmissions and it would be a very quiet mission if I just used a Protoss hero. Though I suppose that would have been the most interesting design decision to do. Oops. So you get Blood Hunters rather than normal Dark Templar here because they are great at disabling defenses. So technically, wow, I was not paying attention. Is the correct? Yes. So honestly, I think it was process of elimination, like I had to unlock the Dark Templar somewhere and this was it. And one of my playtesters later suggested that unlocking the Blood Hunter instead of the normal Dark Templar would be the better choice, because you can disable detection and this mission is great for doing that.
Have arrived, and they await your evaluation.
Just the stuff. So Rewind doesn't allow you to save stuff to a bank after you use it. But the way I use banks in these campaigns is the stuff is saved as soon as you hit start on the chosen screen. and no one will use rewind before that point. So this is what I meant to do earlier. You can put a turret in stasis, and I made it so that Tychus can actually hit those. This is important because if not, the Odin in particular would bug out, and he would like ignore units in stasis, then move to the end, then never proceed because there was a remaining structure. And that the more elegant solution was to make sure that Tychus can hit units in stasis, which works surprisingly well for this mission. Oh, I'll admit that this is it feels a bit late for cloaked units. Because there aren't many missions in which they are the optimal choice after this one. Though Legacy of the Void had the opposite problem, where they unlocked it too early. They gave it, if you go to Shakuras first, which is usually a good choice, you get the Dark Templar and you can spam them for every mission. At least that's what I usually do until I get Void Race.
This Tal'Darim has brought warriors with him. Perhaps there is a benefit to his presence after all.
Not enough minerals. I sense weakness.
So this works nicely. Yes, because you can... They automatically disable detection because it's an autocast, and that, you know, works very nice. So of course my visible units are getting killed instead, which is what usually happens. Oh, I think that's fine since I'm going mass DTs anyway. And you know, having missions like this in which you are sort of pushed into making a specific unit works quite well. Otherwise I would be just making, you know, mass vanguard and destroyer every single mission. Yeah, that's completely correct. You don't have any anti-air, I think, at this point, unless you count the whatever sentry variant you chose. And the Odin cannot take them down, so simply not having the Battlecruiser works better. And since, you know, Dark Templar are already introduced, there was no need for another unit introduction.
So what's the plan now, Commander? Trash them bases, right?
I remember something broke on this mission, like when I added the Legacy of the Void stuff, and the Odin would not use its abilities. No, he would not use Barrage. So I had to use a custom AI to make him do that. And it's funny because this campaign was published for like months, maybe even a year. And no one ever noticed that the Odin was not using Barrage, even when he was actually speaking the line for when he used Barrage for the first time. But that's, you know, a lot of things like that go unnoticed. I'm not sure why he's playing this line now. Like he's supposed to be resting. Yeah, I had to deal with so many issues like this one early on. Pretty frustrating stuff to debug. And I thought I got them all. I got all of them, but clearly not. And that's when he unlocks Barrage, though he doesn't actually use it. There we go. Though I did not make a check so that he will stop firing when there are no more enemy units being damaged. That was definitely more advanced stuff that I didn't know about at the moment. And the reinforcements feel pretty good for this mission. Like, one Blood Hunter is actually feels worth doing, especially because you don't really lose anything by picking those up. No, not much risk involved.
Just wake me up when you're all ready. Bring the small Dakota to it. Where does my prey hide?
And dealing with attack waves with Blood Hunters is also very satisfying. And of course, you get to take this free expansion, though Tychus forgot to kill the medivac. Hey, that was my probe. Now, Reapers don't have the anti-structure attack because I'm using Legacy of the Void data, and that overrode the Wings of Liberty stuff, so things are strange like that. Like for my other missions, I made sure that to keep it consistent so that Reapers can attack structures. But yeah, if you play my campaigns, especially the older ones, there's inconsistencies like that. Like Reapers could definitely use with a buff, so they are stronger against light units and against structures, where right now they are good against nothing really. I added life regeneration to the Odin because you cannot realistically heal him unless you build Dark Archons very early and take the ones that are supposed to be at this base.
You want some of this?
And I made it so that you can shield the Odin. You can explicitly make some allied players affected by shield overcharge when you want to do that. I guess if the Void does that quite a bit. And it's pretty good. Like shielding the Odin feels like you're actually helping him, and that's the expected behavior for shield overcharge. That works nicely. So that's why I value player feedback so much. I never would have come up with an idea like this. To have Blood Hunters instead of regular Dark Templar just never occurred to me. And once I heard the idea and once I actually tried it, it was something that worked incredibly well. So that's why you want, you know, as many different perspectives as possible. Whoops, that was pretty bad, I got detected. That's true, I had forgotten about unlocking shield overcharge and Harbinger. That's pretty good design too. And I forgot that the Loki is another bonus objective here. That one always was a bit strange, because you don't get any dialogue regarding that, and you only get this description. It's a prototype battlecruiser destroyed to hurt the Dominion. That's it. And there's no in-game dialogue about it, like, not in the slightest. It feels like a bit of like an afterthought. it is also not easy to find in the slightest. Like once you know where it is, yes, yeah, like he's right here, that's fine. But the first time it's, you know, very much something you have to actively be looking out for. Yeah, it doesn't even give you a reward, I think, on the original Wings of Liberty mission. And it's inconvenient to have it on this version because you're not really encouraged to make anti-air because you don't face many air units. You know, I pretty much removed most air units from the enemy so that you could just focus on Dark Templar. But there's the Loki. Now, I'm not sure how many Dragoons I will actually need to kill the Loki, so I'll do my best to do that, build as many as I can before Tychus goes for the final base. I also recently made this change to my campaigns, where you can control-click to only move a selected type of unit. Like, I have both Dragoons and Blood Hunters selected, but if I control-click, only my Blood Hunters are given orders. Pretty handy. Anyway, let's go try this. So normally you can't do that, it's a Warcraft 3 thing that carried over for the Warcraft 3 data in StarCraft 2. And in normal StarCraft 2 you cannot do it, but I made sure to add it to my campaigns because I thought it might be a nice feature for players who like to micro a bit more. Okay, that definitely was enough. And I think I just got Spear of Adun energy when I was already at max, so that was a bit pointless. We can probably just A-move towards the end. This is a lot of Blood Hunters. Sometimes you can clear the base before Tychus finishes nuking it. There we go. Very clean. So for the Terran version of In Utter Darkness, which I played a bit ago, I did want to give the player the Loki instead of the Jackson's Revenge. But that unit is also not meant to be played, and had this weird ability where he can just lift off from where he's docked. And you know, it felt really buggy to play, so I ended up going for the Jackson's Revenge instead.
Cloaked warriors are now available for deployment.
And we get one of my favorite abilities, Reconstruction Beam. I mean, free healing for all your mechanical units and structures is too good to pass up. Again, way too many choices here. So this mission plays out pretty much the same way as the original one, except that the Odin is affected by Reconstruction Beam and Guardian Shell if you choose that instead. So having Reconstruction Beam, it doesn't actually out-heal the damage, but it does make him a bit more durable, and I guess it just feels good to have. And, you know, this is you're pretty much playing Terran, so your base is being built here, and, you know, it takes quite a bit of work to make sure that, you know, this looks correct, that you're actually building the correct structures and everything, but it's not something that is usually noticed. So the usual strategy here is just to take down the production structures at both here and the starport base, and that severely cripples the enemy to the point where they will only send attack waves from the barracks base over here. I don't think they even build anything from this barracks. And again, I always make sure to add stuff like this that wasn't the original, like this hero panel here, and which I think is a nice touch, though it often goes unnoticed. I also tried having the same hero bar as Protoss heroes have for the Odin, but it's so big that the health bar looked tiny, so I left this default one. And the Odin absolutely sucks against air units. Like 3 shots to kill a Banshee. But if I don't kill them, then they will be hitting me until the timer stops. And I completely missed one of the airports. I spent too long on the previous base, I think, and I won't get to kill everything. So normally there's the introduction for the Thor here, but since you don't actually get a new unit, that's not happening on this version. And that's because Wings of Liberty introduces many more units than Legacy of the Void does. I mean, in Legacy of the Void there are 10 combat units, and in Wings of Liberty there are closer to 15 or 20. So obviously I had to do without some unit introductions. And the Odin is going to be constantly be healed by Reconstruction Beam because he has way too much health. I can probably finish off this base now, so that only one base will start sending attacks later. I do think this will be a nice mission for mass destroyers. So, I mean, they are simple and effective. You don't even need a mixed composition or anything like that. And I probably will have to go back. I definitely should have picked Solar Lance instead of Temporal Field. That way I could actually wipe out attack waves easier. Well, though this lasts 20 seconds, which is an insane amount of time, so that works too.
Let's see. It followed me home. Can I keep it? Make room for the human tenacity. Let's see what this baby's got.
These walls have health and you can actually destroy them, which stops that annoying buzzing sound.
Let's see what this baby's got. It followed me home. Can I keep it? Make room for the big dog. Let's see what this baby's got.
This is also another mission which takes quite a bit of time for the player to set up. Well,
let's see what this baby's got. Oh, this thing's insured. Can I keep it? Destruction awaits all traitors. Follow me home. Hope this thing's insured. Let's see what this baby's got.
yeah, there's also not much to mention about this mission. The changes were fairly straightforward. Crap.
Hope this thing's insured.
I, simply changed the race and there's not a whole lot of dialogue or anything like that. Oh, my army of destroyers is looking quite nice.
Things insured. This. Let's see what this baby's got. Bang, rock and roll. Follow me home. This. Let's see.
And I should also go for the secret, which I believe gives you a reward in the form of upgrades for the Odin, but I cannot be 100% sure about that one.
Can I keep it?
Oops, no, this way. Oh yeah, Odin operates. So normally that unlocks the Pierce in the Shroud mission, but since, you know, I'm not using bank data or meta progression, it doesn't really mean anything in this case. As in, you get that mission anyway, even if you don't find the bonus. The secret. So the secret is simply upgrades for the Odin. An interesting fact, in the base game, the Odin gets upgrades from your armory, if you research those, but he doesn't actually benefit from them, even though it shows the upgraded icon and it shows that it deals more damage. He doesn't actually deal more damage. That's because he has a fake weapon, and they are because for some reason he has a weapon that actually deals the damage and a different weapon that is used for showing the damage. And the fake weapon is upgraded while the actual weapon is unchanged. So if you're playing the original Wings of Liberty, it is completely pointless to get upgrades for the Odin. Temporal Field is stronger than many players realize, I think. I mean, Solar Lance is still so absurdly broken that you should get it every time. But Temporal Field lasts for 20 seconds, and that's a very long time to have an AoE stun. So much so that for the co-op version of my Protoss campaigns I nerfed it to 10 seconds, and it's still a really strong choice. That's how strong the upgrade is. Now, I don't think anything will actually kill this army. The stories are absurdly strong, especially when masked this way. And especially when the Odin is tanking for them. Those bouncing red beams are very satisfying. Yes, and those ravens almost proved your point. Well, the Odin actually finished healing. I'm impressed.
Let's see what this baby's got.
Probably keep the Odin here while we patrol. Like, it's funny when they send only ground units and I have an army of destroyers. They have no chance.
It followed me home. Let's see what this baby's got. It followed me. Let's see what this baby's got.
Mineral field depleted.
Blood shards alive.
And the way this works for the Odin, I mean for standing on these beacons, is at every certain percentages they will send units. So you can go to like 50, stop, and they will not send any more units until you reach another threshold, which at which they will send more reinforcements. Just a bit unintuitive. That you can just stop uploading at any point and they will stop sending reinforcements too. I think there was an achievement in Wings of Liberty for completing this mission in under 30 minutes, I think it was. And I struggled quite a bit to complete that one. And I got every achievement in the Wings of Liberty campaign except for the Lost Vikings one. And honestly, I feel it was a waste of my time, really. I don't quite enjoy achievements. Luckily, that Raven decided that under-seeking missiling the Odin was a better option than doing it to the destroyers. Also, those Vikings are on move duty, so they won't actually attack if you engage them halfway. Oh, 20 minutes, yes, that feels like much more of a challenge. Yeah, I personally don't find achievements very appealing. So like, I don't feel any satisfaction when I actually, get all the achievements or pull off something particularly hard. I guess I did it just because I could, and I think I got 100% on Art of the Storm and Legacy of the Void, but that's not something I would do again.
I'm afraid the Spear of Adun will not be able to assist you inside the temple. Please be careful, Hierarch.
And this is the Artanis mission. And using good units here is pretty important. I'm not sure if I want Energizers or Sentries. Let's go for this. Then no explosive charge ability for Artanis, so we just break the doors. And again, Artanis has been slightly less nerfed compared to Liberation Day. He has 200, 200 and no abilities, because those you unlock throughout the mission.
Try any rebel you see.
Acquiring access.
And at least I found a decent Carax line to go for when you unlock, when you hack the cameras.
The future is ours.
Oh my god, don't kill me.
Again, I feel like could have used more lines about the hybrid here, that there has to be something from Legacy of the Void that would actually fit. And I remember we had an issue where you were not supposed to be attacking these holding pens as melee, so units would clip through them and we had to change their footprint, which determines how unit path around units. Which I guess just goes to show that many important changes are unnoticeable. Like, the better you do your job, at making everything play smoothly, the less it's going to be noticed sometimes.
I serve my people.
I'm not sure what I want here. I don't have any AoE for Zerglings, Ultralisk seem too strong, so Zealot will have to do.
Our destiny awaits. We shall prevail. A bold plan.
Yeah, I remember the logistic headquarters. Yeah, those were clearly designed just for being killed with Marines. And I waited way too long here. So the Zealots won. Okay, I don't think I actually lost any units though. That's good. And here I tried to be clever and I changed the location of the starting relic. So that it's actually here where the weapon normally is. And you get a reward. No. Oh no, it's actually a reward every 2 relics. That's underwhelming. Let's go find another relic, I guess. Yeah, reconstruction is almost off cooldown. Yeah, so I've been saying this a lot, but there's not enough dialogue here. Like, I feel like I could have found something that would actually fit, and I didn't at the time. I'm not sure what I want here, so I will just send this bot on aim of duty. Oh, but you can actually buff it with the Energizer, which is pretty great. Though I lost all of my Sentinels because they didn't wait for the reconstruction cooldown. That's unfortunate. Yes, the Thor does use his ability on the bot.
The conduit is ours. Warp down reinforcements.
I'm not sure what I was thinking here by offering instigators. Like, they're cool units. I'm just not sure they fit very well here. Item Bar would be pretty useful. I think I'll just replenish my lost Sentinels. Which again, I lost them just because I neglected to wait 50 seconds before moving on. And they should be fine. And Artanis unlocking his abilities slowly feels a bit odd here, because at this point he's just a big zealot. Just doesn't do anything special. Okay, now he has Force of Will. Is somewhat underwhelming as first unlock. You know, at least he has shields, I suppose.
Our path is clear.
And I think this gives you resurgence if you kill it. No, not the Energizers, please. Okay, yeah, resurgence. I think that's reasonable reward for the objective, so that Artanis can actually do some decent tanking. And it only cost me 1 Sentinel, which I think is reasonable. Wait, I think they're actually charging the scientists. Let me try that again. No, doesn't look like it. That's probably for the best. Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, because these scientists are not even enemies, they're just neutral, so it would be unlikely. You know, if you were just charging neutral units. So, on the original mission, Raynor gets a flashlight. And that's not part of his model, that's just a thing that gets added. And because I wasn't careful, I had Artanis with a flashlight too. And that was in this campaign for years, I think, before I noticed. It's so strange that no one ever reported having that, you know, Artanis with a flashlight was something that wasn't supposed to happen. I don't imagine Protoss need flashlight with their side blades being so glowy.
This passage has caved in as well. We shall prevail. Hybrid. Dawn will come. Our destiny awaits. Strength in unity.
I feel like we could actually kill the hybrid if it was able to take damage. Again, I think this is not a great system, that you need 2 relics for a reward. But I guess it does a good job of making sure you don't gain stuff too quickly. Okay, and now we get Lightning Dash. They had to explicitly change that it does not stun the hybrid, because that would be too broken. I think it would trivialize the mission. And these are the Picalisks. You never see anywhere else. So, fun fact, for the Wings of Liberty random edition campaign I made, this was one of the units you could get as your base unit from the barracks. And for some reason, the weapon filters for the Pigalisk do not allow it to attack structures. So they are literally unable to attack structures. And I just used the Titanic War Prism, which I think was a good choice for a transport replacement. That cinematic for some reason always bugs out when I try to change anything. Like the hybrid is supposed to scream and play an animation when the ship leaves, but that never seems to actually happen unless the timing is very precise. Again, nothing new here, probably mass ships will probably do nicely. I think I'll take warp harmonization because I won't be getting any expansions. Actually, I probably will, because there's a base to the north that has an extra geyser. All of these don't really matter, but destroyer matters. There we go. And mineral placement is strange here, or rather the amounts of minerals. We have anything ranging from 1400 to 400, so you don't really want to max out on your workers. You probably something like 18 or 21 does nicely. And I made so that you can build war prisms for the robotics facility, because they are the medevac replacement. Though I don't think they are particularly great unit, and I just don't think that transports are particularly fun in the campaign anyway.
We serve at your command.
This will take a while. This is yet another example of low economy. It takes a really long time to kick off. No, I think you can kill them in any order. Like, no reason to force you, I suppose. I mean, obviously it's convenient to go in order because Kerrigan will always reach this one first. I mean, and each core is actually closest to your base. So, like, the first one is very close, the second one is slightly further away, and so on. Oh, not the bounce. So it's really not much. I can't think of a good reason to kill them out of order. Oh, luckily, adepts are really good against light air.
I can sense you're trying to keep something from me.
And I always felt that this mission was extremely generous with the timer. 5 minutes is way more time than you could possibly need to kill the first core. I mean, I guess it's 10 minutes really. As in, I had time to actually build units that can kill the core. And I could even wait more if I wanted to.
Durability countdown updated.
So while I feel that this campaign is very fun, I feel that overall it's lacking a bit of personality compared to my later campaigns. You could play one of my newer campaigns and you would instantly recognize the splice dialogues and the Solarite memes, and you know, I guess some of the gameplay changes. But for this one, I stuck very closely to the original, so there's not nearly as much of that compared to my newer work.
A Nidus worm. Strike it down before we are overrun.
So, War Prisms also cost supply. I'm not sure I want anything else than destroyers, really. And I will probably need at least a sentinel to rescue the next group. And I'll admit, I have no idea how you would make this mission force you to use transport when void rays exist. I mean, and destroyers too. I mean, simply going for air units is faster, you know, more efficient and more fun. Unless you particularly enjoy transport, I suppose. You know, and even destroyers and void rays can kill spore crawlers very effectively. I have no idea why Kerrigan would think that mass destroyers is not a good plan. You probably think it's the Legacy of the Void version. And I'm taking a probe so I can get the gas from the expansion, which is the one thing I could use some extra gas.
Durability calculations updated.
I've seen through your Dr. Naru's pathetic charade. I know what the artifacts really are. And they will be mine.
That Queen of Blades really is quite a nuisance, isn't she?
Betrayal is death.
A Nidus worm. Strike it down before we are overrun.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
So here's a neat little detail. So Kerrigan's time is actually calculated by how many structures she has to go through. So she now has 15.5 minutes before the next structure. But if you kill this abandoned structure, the time will update and she will reach it faster. Which is pretty neat that they are actually calculating that. And of course, the Brutalist, the ultimate melee unit, just destroys air units. Oops, I did not mean to kill that. Still, that's more than enough time. Yeah, and yeah, this is fairly straightforward mission. And I think I rescued well, almost all of these guys. There's not an actual reward for doing that unless you want the ground reinforcements for some reason. But warp prisms being so slow and, you know, having such low cargo capacity, they're not particularly effective. Like, at least you could use Hercules in the original mission. We get the epic shot of 3 warp prisms finding over an empty base. How I feel these missions are kind of samey in a way, that mass void rays or mass destroyers is the way to go if you want to win quickly. And maybe void rays would be better against Protoss. You know, they have sort of the range increase and because they don't have many units. But I still really like destroyers, so destroyers it is. And of course the Protoss don't have a cloaked ship, so this is in a very stealthy segment.
Where shall we march? Combat, let your will. The Templar.
And this mission actually encourages you to go for air units because you get a reinforcement or whatever type of void ray variant you picked. So that means a free destroyer for every relic. And I still really like that portrait, like really fitting for the Chaldean version.
Let your will be heard. Ire shall be reclaimed. Where shall we march?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of meme potential for this campaign. And I guess I did a bit of that for the co-op version, though I definitely focused more on the gameplay than on the memes. And for the co-op version I had a really neat mechanic for the lower difficulties, where whenever you clear a place where there are mineral fields guarded by the enemy like this one, you get a Nexus that warps in automatically, so you don't have to spend money on a Nexus. Because obviously Terrans can fly their command center to move their base, but Protoss can't, so that works nicely. Here you just have to rebuild everything, which mostly works, I suppose. There isn't really a Protoss mechanic that would allow you to move structures. And, you know, unlike Legacy of the Void and Nova Covertops, the enemy actually builds the units they send against you. So clearing this base actually stops the enemy from sending attack waves from this direction, which is very, very good. And there's also a very neat thing where when the fire reaches these minerals, they are destroyed and you get some mineral shards you can pick up, which again is really fancy stuff. So, how was that supposed to work? I mean, the movable static defense, like, I can't imagine Protoss lifting off or walking like crawlers. Well, that's pretty interesting. I imagine it's very early stuff since I never even heard of that.
Nexus point are locked.
Our warrior's sacrifice was not in vain. We gladly march towards death to ensure your doom. Our destruction awaits.
This might be because I enjoy playing with destroyers, but I do enjoy this mission quite a bit, which is basically F2 a move with your massive army. You know, there's not much risk involved. I think I'll use Phoenix just to draw some aggro at least. I guess the reason they are using Warp Prisms is because you can snipe them with Vikings maybe? Or maybe they are supposed to be the mobile version of the island or the Protoss. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's ironic that they force you to go Viking as well as Banshee, but that's actually a really even better strategy. I hate Psionic Storm. Yeah, and if I were to tweak this campaign, that's definitely a change I would make. Because spending 400 minerals so you can gather more minerals makes you feel like you are never getting quite enough resources. I think I'll just go to level 3 weapons and then move in. And for the Zerg version, we actually had the Overlords. Like, instead of having infinite supply, like here and in the Terran version, you actually had to build Overlords for Zerg. And you had to fly them around from base to base. Which I think was a pretty good idea, and I think Protoss was the one that came up with that. You know, free supply as Zerg doesn't make sense in this mission when you can just fly your suppliers. I think this will be enough. With Phoenix and, well, just Phoenix I guess, not enough energy for Solar Lance. Psionic Storm really hurts. Like, I think giving them Ascendance might actually be a nerf for the enemy on this mission. That definitely was not too bad. And apparently the Executor was High Templar all along.
I have powered up a new ship subsystem. You can review it in the solar core now.
I think this will be the final mission for today. That's because carriers are fun. And we have the ultimate Spear of Adun ability. I think I'll go Solar Bombardment for mass destruction. And again, all of these don't matter, since I'm most likely just go in mass carriers.
Fortunately, our
Yeah, I like how Blizzard's way of solving the inconsistency of Neon's actions to just make him be a drug addict. So this mission is interesting as Protoss, because you get free, I mean, being shielded means you don't take damage from the rip field, which I think is pretty neat. So I feel like maybe getting the IR carriers with the repair drones might have been a good choice for this mission. I don't think that would make them too strong. And again, this is one of the missions where I don't particularly like the fact that you don't have enough minerals. Like, you will run out and have to make more, and which would be fine for most other missions, but on this one you're building the most expensive unit that you have. That's why in the co-op version I just made the starting mineral fields have a reasonable amount so that you won't run out immediately and have to expand. So I think damage from the rip field doesn't actually prevent you from regenerating shields, so that's you don't actually have to leave the field to start regenerating. Yeah, that's another reason to have war prisms on this mission. Like, there's no other way to take an expansion otherwise. Oh, I will admit I do like having 3 extra geysers right here. still, I mean, Destroyers and Void Rays are more fun, but I think we need something more durable for this mission. Something that doesn't immediately die to Psionic Storm. Let's take a probe and solar lens these guys. Luckily they use Psionic Storm on my interceptors rather than my carriers, so it works out just fine. And interceptors don't cost minerals like they do in Wings of Liberty. And I believe these are the Shakura's version of the Dark Templar. Yes, they are. And it's really nice to have these guys running around, picking up resources and annihilating ground units. We'll just walk back and defend this time. I should definitely be building some static defense at my main base too.
Our pylon is under attack.
That works just fine.
Is under attack.
By the void. I am intrigued.
Yeah, I can try bombarding the mothership. Well, I'm sure that will turn out nicely. Okay, moving these workers around as Protoss is a bit tedious.
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete.
So I do like all the pickups you can get to boost your economy.
We will join the hunt for the Tal'Darim. We are poised for victory.
And of course, Dark Templar are a very balanced and fair unit. This is definitely easier as Protoss, in that you don't have to worry as much for the field until you start losing health inside of it. Oh, time for solar bombardment on the mothership. Okay, now probably not one shot. Almost took down its shields though. I always forget the mothership cloaks nearby allies. I'll probably just do this. You can clear all of the debris fields and rescue all of the allies, but it's generally not necessary. I mean, once you kill the mothership and the defenders around this area, that's pretty much done. I remember that timing the war prism with the artifact being removed took a ridiculous amount of time for a cinematic. So anyway, this is what I was talking about when I said that it's tough to, it's kind of annoying to have to click on all of this stuff every time for the later missions when there are so many options. But this is Gates of Hell, so we'll probably want free reinforcement, solar lance to clear through stuff. I guess warp harmonization since we only get one gas. Build overcharge, which I guess affects our allies, reconstruction maybe because it's great, and time stop because it's broken. Yeah, that's also a reason why the Wings of Liberty versions are always more popular. They're free to play. I've always made a point of adding license checks because I think it's the right thing to do. But yeah, it also means that non-free-to-play players will skip most Heart of the Swarm and Legacy of the Void modifications. Let's go for the broken stuff. One thing I really like about Wings of Liberty is that you don't get many intro cinematics, at least in the maps themselves. That saves me the trouble of having to edit those.
Was this the threat my mother once faced?
No, matriarch. This threat is a far greater.
I also got pretty creative with this mission in particular. As in, you get these pylons where the allies warp in, where in the first version they used to be just drop pods, which someone pointed out that didn't make a whole lot of sense for Protoss. So I do, as a matter of fact, skip the license checks for the prologue missions whenever I make a Legacy of the Void modification. But yeah, most people are not going to bother playing a three map campaign when the rest of it is, you have to own the game. So actually setting this up for Protoss is considerably harder than for Zerg or Terran, because both Terran and Zerg have drop pods, which is basically create a drop pod with these units at this point and that's that. For Protoss, you basically have to have a pylon, a super warp aid, which is a special campaign structure warping in units for free, and you know, you have to time it right in case the pylon gets destroyed or the unit doesn't finish warping in. So this is actually a bit harder to set up than the vanilla version. And if I remember correctly, I think the units that you get for your allies do not depend on your own choices, because I chose adepts, but the reinforcements are stalkers. So I think those are just predetermined, so there's some variety. And I remember this mission being really rough on Brutal, so I'm glad I picked hard again. Yeah, that's one of the things I like about the co-op Protoss campaigns, that you can mix factions and units, so you get stuff like Energizers and Havocs at the same time. That's pretty good. So you can create an effect, but I'm not sure you can create a specific warping model. If you look closely, when a unit warps in, it plays a very specific model, where you could use a generic effect, I suppose. But that doesn't look as good. Though maybe it would save me all of the trouble of setting up warp pits and stuff. Like, I remember for the Legacy of the Void Terran Edition co-op campaign, we have Terrans that are warping in, and those are faked. Basically, I create the warping model at the place, wait until it's done playing its animation, then actually create a unit. Which also works, and you know, players can't tell the difference anyway. So these sandbags really mess with the probe's pathfinding, the point where you tell them to build something and they won't, even though they can actually walk there. The original mission also had 150 supply. I mean 100 supply was what you had to gather. But since Protoss units are so supply expensive, I raised that to 150. Otherwise I would have already won at this point. I guess I might just get a mothership, because why not? And I seem to have blocked myself. I remember that was sort of an Easter egg I added, where killing the Virophages, or bile launchers, or whatever they're called, gives you Spear of Odin energy in addition to a bit of gas. And digging through the game files, the original version was supposed to give you a reward for doing those, like it was supposed to be a bonus objective. So I think I did consider giving the player stuff like that, as in a factory or a starport that you could rescue. But at the time I couldn't figure out how to actually do that. Like, I mean, obviously you can't make a factory or Stargate fly without it looking really jank. I thought about having an effect like you get close to the Stargate and it warps into your base, but at the time it really wasn't within my skills to do that. So right now I think that would be a reasonable thing to have. And I think a mothership and we'll reach the objective. There we go.
Victory has come.
Mayday, Mayday, this is General Warfield. My ship has taken terrible damage.
Now this is an interesting mission in that losing your base once this objective becomes active doesn't actually make you lose. If you have a standing army and you use it to rescue Warfield, it doesn't matter if you are out of base structures. Which is, you know, I think pretty fitting for this mission.
Some invasion.
The hardest part is getting your base settled.
Warfield won't be alive.
Once you rescue pretty much all of the units, and you can just A-move towards Warfield and win.
There's absolutely nothing you can do.
And you can wait for the rest of the drop pods, I usually do, but it's generally just not necessary or even worth it. I believe that a carrion line plays when you destroy this specific infestation pit for some reason. Like, usually they go for something more elegant, like destroy a certain number of structures or the player reaching an area, but no, that line plays when you kill that one specific infestation pit.
Impress me.
So, in Wings of Liberty there are many Brute Lords, especially in the later missions. But in Legacy of the Void for some reason they replaced those with Guardians, and I'm not sure why. And I think Brute Lords are way harder to deal with, and you know, Protoss have also more tools. And that's that. No victory cinematic either. Like, I mentioned this pretty much for every mission I play on this campaign, but I definitely wish I had had more dialogues between the characters. Sometimes the missions feel a bit bland in that regard. Only a few choices, luckily.
Ready yourselves, warriors.
And this mission was interesting.
It seems the temple
Obviously the Protoss heroes are very strong, more so than the Turn heroes. So my approach to this was nerfing them in terms of how much life and shields they have, which I made it for a standard 200 for everyone. I also nerfed cooldowns and damage, and I think that mostly works. Though I think the right approach is to actually buff the enemy, so you can use these Protoss heroes at full strength while also having a challenge. And that's sort of what I did for the co-op version, where the heroes are mostly unchanged, but the enemy is much stronger.
I am not detecting any robotic units ahead. I suppose now.
So I'm really happy with the parallels, such as, you know, being able to use Carax as the Swan replacement, even though obviously Photon Cannon is not Flaming Betty, and can't really handle waves of Zerglings. Also, these rescuables change depending on what you chose. So those Zealot, Sentry and High Templar choices in the chosen screen are reflected here in the units that you rescue. Though, to be fair, I think that 2 Zealots and an Energizer it's barely worth rescuing, considering how strong your heroes are. You get at least twice the amount of reinforcements.
If your systems were compromised by Amon, yes, I believe I could purify them. Our path is clear.
Yeah, and the rescuables are pretty much already dead. These are also very quiet cinematics. I think that until the very last cinematic no character even talks. Which is a bit disappointing. And I kind of remember hating having to work on this mission, because I don't particularly enjoy playing no-build missions. And, you know, editing them is usually a pain, because they have many scripted events and many cinematics. I think that Belly of the Beast has like 5 or 6 cinematics in total, which is insane. So yeah, definitely my least favorite type of map to edit. Also, I went for the easy choice and made the nuke still a nuke, where if I were to make it, I would probably make it into a giant solarite explosion somehow. Also notice how normally you have the hero panel on the top left, which only supports up to 2 heroes. Since modifying it to support 4 would be quite a bit of trouble, and it would occupy like half the screen, I chose to have this instead, which is what Wings of Liberty does. You can mark a unit as a hero, and their hotkeys will appear here on the bottom right of the screen. Just a nice touch, I guess, but mostly you'll have all of your heroes together and on the screen, so it's not something you actively check, I suppose. And I remember having trouble setting up Karax, because Karax has 2 servitors, the flying things he attacks with, which are separate units, and he also has an invisible pylon inside of him, which is also a separate unit. And if you move Karax, those things sometimes don't move with him, which is a bit silly. And, you know, and Alarak's Heat Wave tends to break stuff too. And you get shared vision of these Infestor for some reason. Yes, the Infestor is definitely the right name for that unit. I also made losing a hero an instant defeat condition, which is a bit punishing. Like, this mission is easy enough, but if you get careless for 1 second, your hero will be dead instead of incapacitated. And I think that wasn't so much a design choice, which I thought was better. It's just that couldn't figure out how to make a hero incapacitated. That's more of a data setup, and you would need to make it, you know, play an animation. And it's definitely something I didn't know how to do at the moment. Like maybe today I could figure it out, but at the time it was definitely easy to have, you know, permadeath.
Our destiny awaits.
I apologize for the Discord notifications. Apparently it doesn't know I'm streaming. Anyways, Ascendants are actually pretty good for this section. You can do this. And I didn't get to use Ascendants much on this playthrough. But their orb does 50% more damage than in normal Legacy of the Void, so they're actually pretty good. But they're still competing with the Dark Archon, so they are never the ideal choice anyway. I don't know if I set up different lines for the High Templar, because the actual High Templar and the Dark Archon don't have any voice lines that they normally use. I do know that I set up different voice lines for these Zealots, because they are actually different variations of those. Though much later I learned you can use any response sound, like when you click a unit, and you can use that in a transmission if you know how to set it up. So that's definitely a thing I could have done for this mission. And I think the unmitigated chaos voice line from the Ascendant is from the host when Alarak sends a wave. So overall I think this mission is okay. Though it's a bit like, most of the time it's really easy. And sometimes you get distracted and lose a hero, and then it's pretty frustrating because there's no saving and loading and no incapacitation system. And also when I made this campaign I used to play Wings of Liberty and Legacy of the Void a lot, so I was very familiar with most of the voice lines. But I didn't actually have the Word documents with the list of every single transmission that I have now. I think I spent a lot of time working on. So that's, definitely limited the amount of stuff I could use in these maps.
We shall prevail.
Also, this wasn't intentional really. The heroes are just supposed to move. Instead they just kill everyone and then move on. I remember these cinematics breaking in many ways, and this is probably one of the maps that I had to fix the most to get to this state where it mostly works okay.
Together, we are strong.
But yeah, I think the biggest issue is that the reinforcements don't feel worth it. Like, an Ascendant isn't going to do much when you have Destruction Wave and Lightning Dash. And even a Dark Archon, which can steal units, cannot steal anything particularly interesting, because Ultralisks and Omegalisk have the Frenzied ability, which makes them immune to mind control. But yeah, reinforcements are a bit underwhelming. So these reinforcements are the ones that do change depending on in the line that they play changes depending on what you chose. So there would be a different line for IR Zealots or Centurions or Sentinels. And many units for this specific map are oversized. Like the Omega Lisk is 50% bigger than normal. It's not just because you have your camera zoomed in, they're actually they have enlarged models. And obviously the Queen does too. Which I realized, especially for the Zerg version, where I tried giving the player queens, and every queen was the size of this boss queen that you have to fight. And this mission is really trivial because, you know, Protoss heroes are strong, and Karax's Photon Cannon reveals the queen while borrowed, so you can actually keep hitting her when she goes underground. Like this. And then you can see how it disappears and pops up somewhere else. Yeah, her health does reset, but you're definitely not supposed to see how she borrows, disappears, and then appears with more health. Like that definitely works better if you don't, if you can't see her while borrowed. Whoops. Oh, well, I'm very glad I have Resurgence here. Honestly, I don't even remember what is the final phase, when she just stuns your heroes and... yeah, I think this is it. Just actually starts fighting you. And there's Invisible Phoenix still spinning. But just so many things that when you hide the unit, the effects keep playing, and it's really hard to account for all of that. And legends say that Phoenix is still spinning to this day. Yeah, you can definitely feel the lack of dialogues, especially in moments that were pretty iconic in the original mission.
Our change is upon us. Slay the Zerg. We are nearly there. With honor, I lead.
And I think that this section is bugged again, where Karax doesn't have his pylon, so I can't warp in stuff. Yeah, there are many possibilities for voice lines on this campaign. It's just that, you know, making a playthrough while looking to improve stuff is really time consuming. And I'm kind of juggling so many projects right now that I don't really want to take on the extra work. Yeah, that's true. There are lots of parallels between Wings of Liberty and Legacy of the Void, you know, and running through caverns while dangerous stuff chases you, it's definitely one of those. So that definitely would work. Actually, specifically the Let Them Burn line is what Alarak says at the beginning of Forbidden Weapon. I think it's something like, focus the laser on their location, let them burn. So what do I want here? Probably just the OP stuff. I think you can use solar bombardment to actually snipe objectives. Unless I actually buff their health, which I probably didn't. Hello, Entity Slendy.
Impress me. You presume to... We are the soul of strength.
And you also have these orbital command scans, because I don't think that Protoss has anything similar I could use. And of course it doesn't make a ton of sense here, but there it is. Yeah, I guess Oracle Reveal works, but having, you know, the effect play without an Oracle might be a bit odd, I think. So it might be better than, you know, orbital scans as Protoss. Yeah, you can definitely justify it as, oh, they're getting help from the Terran, but then you have to put in the minimum amount of effort of having an actual voice line by a Terran explaining that. Otherwise, it's a bit lazy. Yes. Yeah, deploying observers, and you know, an observer drops, reveals the area, and immediately dies to anti-air. Also, creep recedes very, very slowly here. And I think I changed that, but I'm not sure if it actually worked. Like this is taking too long for me to be able to build a nexus. I always felt that this timer was way too permissive. As in, I have never, not once, been caught on a platform as it exploded. I just don't see that happening, especially with a big indicator. I mean, if you mean the actual timer, I think it's probably the same. I didn't change that much. So if you mean clearing the enemy, that's definitely faster than vanilla Wings of Liberty. With oh, receding creep, yes, it might be faster because I remember changing the speed at which it recedes, but it's kind of hard to tell. Oh yeah, I do think that having the timer works. Because, you know, you don't want the player to be caught off guard and lose their entire army. Just that the timer could be half as long and it would still work.
You must construct additional pylons.
From the shadows I come.
So one thing I didn't mention is that starting from Heart of the Storm, objectives such as, you know, this name and this description were handled in data, but in Wings of Liberty they are handled in triggers, like each map has them manually set, which is a bit inefficient, because having them all in one place is better. And one of the benefits from having them on data is that you can actually have this cool effect where it says the, you know, 1 out of 4 in color depending on the race, so it's blue for Protoss, green for Terran, and orange for Zerg. Because I didn't want to change the system, because that would be too much time, I simply change the color of this part for every mission, which was pretty insane amount of work for how little noticeable it is.
We are the soul of strength.
This mission is also supposed to be one where you sort of strategize about which types of units you want depending on the platform. As in, some give you some are good against air and some are good against ground, but in reality you just, you know, mass Viking Banshee or battlecruisers and win anyway. Or maybe that's just me. Though I do appreciate how many free expansions you get, especially in terms of gas. It makes pretty much any composition you want viable.
So long as it leads to you presume to this had better be worthwhile.
There's also this thing where you start with a unit and that unit gets replaced with the variant. So this is a Void Wave, which gets replaced by a Destroyer. And that's fine for most units, but not for the Mothership. Because the, if you start with a carrier, then you start with a free Mothership if you choose that option, and that's way too strong to get for free. Yeah, I think that's true. It's really hard to make, anti-air challenging when, you can always wield more air to compensate. I also feel like High Templar are not really working here. They seem to they have quite a bit of detection. So mass destroyers might actually be the way to go. Or maybe this was the anti-ground platform and that's working as intended with them completely wrecking my Dark Templar. That would actually be nice. And that's, a good point that you actually need anti-air here, so going Mass Dark Templar will definitely not help with taking down the Leviathan. Wait, unless this actually works. Yeah, definitely not. I don't think I even took down 10% of its health.
My will is I will not.
From the shadows I come. The Death Fleet descends.
attack.
Yeah, I think I'll just make a few destroyers from now on.
Commencing bloodshed.
Unless the mothership can actually solo the Leviathan.
So long as it
The death upgrade complete. The death fleet descends.
we are
The
in
death fleet descends.
recon.
This might be enough to take down the Leviathan actually. One change I made is making it armored, which normally it wasn't, and that never made any sense to me. Like, look at this, it definitely has some armor at least. Though that would also mean that it melts very quickly to Vikings in the original version. And that was a trend in my earlier campaigns where you got a free Spear of Adun energy as your reward. Which is actually really useful but also very underwhelming. It's not an exciting reward to get.
Mineral field depleted.
I will not suffer fools.
So I think this is definitely one of the anti-air platforms. So High Templar should be doing slightly better by comparison.
The death fleet. Only the destruction awaits our foes. The death fleet descends.
So there's actually a slight difference between anti-air and anti-ground platforms. You can see that the Dark Templar are not really struggling here, while the destroyers and mothership are actually getting hit pretty hard. So that's partially working at least. The bad thing is that there are no voice lines in this version, so I don't actually remember which platform is which. Well, I guess it's the mostly anti-air platform.
This had better be worthwhile.
The death fleet
Mineral field depleted.
The death fleet descends. The death fleet descends.
I'm also glad I have like 8 geysers. Definitely not possible to build both destroyers and Dark Templar in the same mission otherwise.
From the shadows I come. I am but a phantom.
I always really like this detail where you get the resource drops after destroying a platform. I guess it's in the same place that the bases used to be, so it's kind of like the mineral fields exploded and you get these shards instead.
My will is
The death fleet descends. The death fleet descends. I am but the death fleet descends. Only destruction awaits our foes.
I always have the urge to max out before moving in for the final objective, but that's absolutely not necessary. Like, compared to Warcraft 3, 200 supply is simply insane and not something you should aim for before finishing the mission. I think that normally you got vision of these coolant towers and you could snipe them with Purifier Beam or Solar Bombardment. Whereas right now you don't. So I wonder if this is still possible. Yeah. But still, solar bombardment drives me crazy with how it spreads out so much. Like, it's great for denying an area, not so much for sniping. It's working as intended. I mean, I think you could have a platform that is composed entirely of unupgraded Zerglings, and Firebats would still be a bad choice. That's how much they suck. I'll go for Nidus Worms, that's always my choice. If you stay on top of sniping the Niduses, then that definitely works much better. I mean, it's easier than dealing with Broodlords, sniping your structures and things like that. Yeah. So many choices. This is why I wish the game would remember, because I always choose pretty much the same things. For the co-op version of this, I actually made an option where you could face both Nidus Worms and air units. And on the highest difficulty, I'm not sure it's actually possible to do that. Like, to actually beat the mission that way. At least I haven't been able to.
An impressive defense, but not nearly impressive enough. My forces are without number, and yours are dwindling.
Now, this is another obvious parallel to Legacy of the Void, where you also have to defend the Keystone for the final mission. In terms of voice lines, that works very nicely. And you can see that I chose to buff the player here by giving them a ton of resources, which mostly works, but seems a bit extreme when you start with this many resources you can spend. And this has always been one of my favorite race up missions, simply because the enemy is very strong, but you also have very strong units. So that, you know, being strong, facing a strong enemy is one of the best feelings in campaigns. Also, being on a base with 48 workers and 3 Geisters, it's also doesn't hurt.
This had better be.
So I was going to mention that I thought the walls being destroyed was a bug I fixed, but I don't actually remember if it was that way in the original. These walls used to be owned by the player, which means that when you had reconstruction bin you would actually be healing the walls, which, you know, was somewhat useful but looked a bit silly.
Detecting a significant energy spike. I expect the Keystone will emit another disruption nova soon.
One thing that this mission makes very clear is that Protoss don't have nearly as good defense. Like, they rely on having really strong units and the Spear of Adun abilities, but they don't have anything that deals, for instance, with swarms of light units. Like something like the Perdition Turret would be really strong for Protoss. And you have these overpriced Kaitari monoliths, which are, you know, expensive, built slowly, and they are not a great replacement for siege tanks because they don't have any AoE. Yeah, and they are definitely not static defense.
Seismic disturbance detected. Nidus worms are inbound on your location.
And this is what makes the mission fun. Like, you're not just sitting around waiting for the timer to end. You have to actively go out and, you know, kill these Niduses or the air units in the air version. And that's actually an interesting challenge, because if you don't, you'll probably be overrun, especially as Protoss. And I might be able to afford some Colossi. I mean, assuming I actually picked those. Yes, I did. I think I have enough supply, and I won't actually need that many destroyers to deal with the Niduses. So, taking Orbital Strike here was questionable, but at least it's cheap. So in the co-op version it's buffed to 7 shots, so you can actually snipe 2 Nidus Worms with a single one of those, and that's definitely worth it. I mean, yeah, that was a very useful orbital strike, but the bar is so low because there aren't any good orbital strikes. The thing is, in Legacy of the Void, you have to allocate Solarite, and using it for Solar Lance always makes sense, always. Whereas here you can choose whatever loadout you want with no limitations. The only actual limitation is that Solar Lance costs 75 rather than 50 like the others, so you can actually pick Orbital Strike to save energy. I'm actually afraid she'll snipe my mothership, so try to keep it away. So, Kerrigan is still scary. And let's go for some Colossus. Oh, I'm actually out of gas. Yes, you can implode the mothership. There's no a filter against heroic units, I think. I could definitely have taken some inspiration from co-op abilities to buff the weaker Spear of Adun abilities.
Seismic disturbance detected. Nidus worms are inbound on your location.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're replacing the Wings of Liberty Terran, they absolutely do not need any buffs there. But at least Orbital Strike is good for not having to split your army. Yeah, I think it's correct. Just instantly kills a mechanical unit. Which is fine in Wings of Liberty because you don't get any really strong mechanical units other than maybe the Shaxton's Revenge.
Curious. There are overlords closing on the temple grounds.
I have seen this tactic before. They are transporting ground forces. Destroy the overlords, quickly.
The Overlord drop is also pretty good, if you're not prepared for it. Like, I definitely forgot that I should be building defenses back here just in case. And the Kerrigan attack waves are actually random, as in she will... a number between 1 and 2 will be randomly picked, and that's what's used to choose where Kerrigan attacks. So it's completely unrelated to having more defenses on one side or her hitting a certain amount of side a few times in a row. It's just completely random, which I think is reasonable in this instance. Otherwise, if it were predictable, you could, play around that by building more defenses or buffing the side that you know she was going to attack. I don't think it's ideal. It's a buff for the Royal campaigns. Voltolos probably remembers all of the details since he handled the buff. But yes, it's a larger area, more shots over more time, and I don't think I actually added that to the tooltip, but yes. Being hit by... being in the center of a direct shot applies a brief stun, which is like 0.25 seconds or so.
Seismic disturbance detected. Nidus worms are inbound on your location.
I do think that the original mission works better in that you're supposed to use Banshees, which are only good against ground. You don't really have a cheap air unit that hits both air and ground. And the Destroyer here does everything well, really. You can use them to defend against pretty much anything. Though if you can actually afford the price and the supply, Fire Colossi actually work really, really well.
I shall impress me.
It is a really good unit. The only, I mean, the downside is that it makes the other units in the same tier invalid. I mean, the Wrathwalker pretty much sucks unless you... I mean, I don't think there's any niche use, except maybe speedrunning the host. And the Reaver is just a weaker version of the Fire Colossus.
This is not the end.
I don't know how I activated Chill Overcharge there. I don't think I hit the shortcut. Oh. I'm also trying not to use the Energy Nova because it doesn't feel necessary. Now, paying more attention to the UI stuff, I remember that these frames for both the energy and the Keystone Charge counter, they are Protoss, where they used to be Terran. And I remember spending quite a bit of time trying to get that right. And once you're actually playing the mission, you absolutely don't notice it because it looks completely right. It's sometimes the irony that doing things right means that they don't even get noticed. I think I was F2 in my Colossi there. Yeah, there used to be, I mean, there's a disabled trigger in the all-in map that basically spawns an idle swarm by your command center. And there's even an adjutant line for that. And that would have been, I think, pretty cool for higher difficulties. Like, I mean, having an Nidus like right by your work line, that definitely feels like more of a challenge. You don't really get anything like that in the final version. I also remember that Kerrigan used to be broken. For some reason, adding the Legacy of the Void stuff to this map completely broke it. And basically Kerrigan would not use her abilities at all. So her not using Razor Swarm or Implosion really hurt the difficulty of the mission. And I ended up making an AI for it myself, which is basically target clusters of enemies or use Implosion of the nearby toughest target. Or maybe it's just random. I don't actually remember. Because if it is the toughest target, then that's always the mothership. Let's try the mothership. Okay.
Don't get in my way.
I can actually kill Kerrigan faster than she can kill my units. which means we reach that point in the mission. And you actually start running out of minerals here, which is not something I'm a fan of. I feel for this mission, you really shouldn't be concerning yourself with resources at all. At least not with them running out. This, just having this huge Tal'Darim army reminds me that once when I finished Wings of Liberty Protoss Edition, I found a YouTube video called The Tal'Darim's All In, which was a version of All In, and you play as a Tal'Darim, and it was released like 5 years before I finished this campaign. And as you'd expect, you know, all your units have the Tal'Darim skin, and you have Alarak, and the map is pretty much broken because the author didn't spend that much time working on it. But it was a really cool concept, and I think that map is probably still on the arcade, at least on the Europe version. I played through it once. That was an important thing when I started working on the Racewell campaigns. I wanted to make sure that no one else was doing the same, otherwise you lose the novelty and originality factor. And that map was a standalone map, so not quite a full campaign.
Seismic disturbance detected. Nidus worms are inbound on your location.
The Keystone is approaching maximum energy output. Victory is nearly upon us. Do not lose hope, brothers.
And the Keystone is structure, so it gets healed by the reconstruction beam. But this is getting pretty intense now, and at least if you're not using the Energy Nova, it's a decent challenge. So Kerrigan has a damage reduction on this mission, where I don't remember the exact values, but she takes very little damage from attacks and abilities, but she still seems to melt to an army of destroyers. And I don't think that the game does a great job at telling you how Kerrigan works, as in, why does she take reduced damage and how much reduction is that? It's really hard to play around that. And the best strategy in vanilla Wings of Liberty is just to mass ghosts, which is not very intuitive.
Energy matrix charged. The Keystone is ready, Hierarch.
Yeah. So that, I think, it's fair for a boss fight. But, you know, not telling the player that means that you don't really know how to counter Kerrigan, as in, what's the best strategy? And you sort of have to experiment with everything until you get it right. Or, you know, check out the editor, which is not something that many players do. Okay, now we are moving on to the epilogue, and I will be right back while this loads. Okay, moving on to the epilogue. So the race swapped epilogue was actually a thing I worked on. Like, it was its own campaign, where you have the map launcher and you could choose which race to play as for each mission. So basically Protoss, Terran, Zerg. And that campaign was never very popular. I guess mostly because, you know, most players wouldn't bother to play through all missions, they would just choose their favorite race. And a 3-mission campaign is something that doesn't get a lot of attention. So those missions ended up getting merged. At the time, Wings of Liberty Protoss Edition was the only campaign out, so adding the epilogue at the end of that seemed like the most logical choice. So obviously this mission in particular plays very much like the original. There's barely any differences really, except for the fact that you can actually choose your tech, which I think is actually huge. Like, I don't get why the epilogue doesn't allow you to do that. I mean, it forces you into a specific composition, and you know, that never feels right. Like, I specifically resent the fact that it gave us warp harmonization rather than orbital simulators. But you know, that's sort of the point, you let the player choose. I mean, you could argue that this part requires a specific army composition. I think it's why you get Sentinels and Stalkers normally. But really, I think that any composition can win, even if you go IR Zealots and Adepts. I think that Vanguards are even better than the Annihilates that you normally get.
That voice. It is my former master, Tassadar.
Do as he says.
And notice how the units are arrayed in a semicircle around the shining crystal thing. The game uses some calculations to determine the distance and the positioning of the units. And this is where I learned that you can do that pretty dynamically, and I used that quite a bit by later campaigns. To warp in units around the specific points, and that looks really cool when you can do that automatically.
I thought you were dead.
The Zelnaga return to the void. Here I live on, but you will not be so fortunate.
Now, as much as everyone likes to talk about how bad the epilogue was, it really has one of the most solid gameplay out of all of the campaign missions, especially Into the Void, which is essentially the Reckoning but with other raised allies.
My Templar will join you. In the name of Tassadar, we shall be victorious.
I don't actually remember if I buffed the allies here. I might have. Blizzard always gives you weak allies so that you have to win the mission. I usually give the player stronger allies that, you know, cannot win the mission but can make progress on their own. And yeah, having, you know, AI allies is definitely one of my favorite things to work with too. And I don't think I made many changes here because, you know, your allies were always Zerg and Terran anyway. But for the Zerg and Terran version of this mission, that was definitely very fun to set up. And this is one of the few missions, I think it might be the only mission, where your allies get the same upgrades as the enemy. So the way campaigns work is that, you know, upgrades are on a timer. So every certain amount of minutes, the AI gets upgrades. And here, both the allies and the enemies get the same upgrades at the same time, which is, I think, fairly unusual.
is no time to celebrate, friendly.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just the writing.
We should use this time to advance.
Like, the gameplay is perfectly fine. I think that except for the lack of ability to actually choose your stuff, it's really solid. And actually clearing these areas for your allies actually feels really great. Like, yeah, they actually help, they push forward, and even if they don't make much progress on their own, you can still use them as mid shields.
We should make a point of securing them.
A fine idea, Admiral. If these locations can be cleared of enemy forces, we could establish forward positions.
Yeah, that's... So I don't know if that's a change I made, or if the original mission was also like that, because I remember changing everything to mercs for deterrence. But yes, I used the already existing abilities to train mercs, and those had extremely low cooldowns. That's probably my bad for not at least increasing them slightly so you can pretend that Raynor plays fair. Okay. I think those abilities to train mercs were added in Heart of the Swarm for Minsk in particular, and they just reused those here.
The swarm will fall this day. Battle is upon us.
Dropping some troops at your front line, Sarah. What do you say, Artanis? You feel like joining in?
I mean, if you want to make the AI play fair, then yes, that's... training mercs is definitely the way you would do that.
Nice work. We're securing the location now. Jim, expect some more support coming your way soon.
From the shadows, I come.
Slaughter that creature.
Also, what feels underwhelming about having AI allies in this mission, I mean, not about having them, but about how they are implemented, is that they are usually really weak compared to the campaign. Like, Raynor can hold his own on a mission like Guardian, but here he can't even kill a single Void Thrasher. And Kerrigan looks like she's level 1 on this mission and has like 2 abilities that she sometimes uses. So, you know, her being weak like that is what feels underwhelming. I do like that this mission is actually challenging, even on hard. Like, you can't just A-move your starting army and win. And you have to be smart about how you use your Spear of Azun abilities. And the thing is that it's not necessarily fun for the AI to play like the player. And so, I mean, if it's your allies, then as long as they, you know, don't do anything crazy like training units much more quickly than they should, and that's fine. And for the enemies, usually the fun of playing campaigns that you are facing numerous dumb enemies. Like, I mean, them having infinite resources and like 20 production structures usually isn't that much a big deal because they are not smart enough to use them. I mean, you could argue that you want an AI enemy that is both strong and smart, but that's definitely tough to balance properly.
The area is secure, and these defenses should keep it that way.
You cannot resist forever, Raynor. You do not deserve to stand among gods.
The area is secure, and we are implanting a hive cluster now. My queen, our mutalisks shall join the fight shortly. What? Raynor, my forces are inbound. Protoss commander, we could use your assistance.
And I'm definitely going to need some anti-air here. Like, every unit of mine that wasn't close just died.
Their forces, push forward. This bastard dies today.
And I think there are some gas pickups I always forget about.
This warrior awakens.
Or we just use Raynor and his Goliaths as our anti-air option. Or Energizers. I think that Hunter-Seeker missiles are probably one of the most obnoxious things about the whole Legacy of the Void campaign. The way they just, you know, eliminate your clamped up units, it's like makes them one of the strongest enemies you face. Like, probably stronger than the Hybrid. So being able to shield your allies is something that's set specifically for each mission. Like, you have to give each player that you want to be shielded when you use Shield Overcharge a specific upgrade. And the Epilogue is probably the perfect place to do that. And you get so much use out of Shield Overcharge due to how many allied units there are.
Artanis, if you want to jump on in, we'd be much obliged.
I have played Lord DC's co-op version with Garant and Shay, but as a general rule I don't play many custom campaigns by other map makers. Generally I can't avoid seeing all the flaws, all the things that could be improved, and that kind of you know, dampens my enjoyment of those campaigns. So I generally avoid it.
defenses here. We need to keep pushing forward.
I guess, yeah, my issue with mass recall is not, the actual technical execution. Is that it still feels like a 1999 game with, 2010 gameplay. Like, the gameplay is fine, but the mission design is not. As in, most missions boil down to start with this really tiny base and destroy this huge enemy base, and nothing happens in between. That's why, I haven't really been able to play Mass Recall any more than I've been able to play StarCraft 1. Though this mission starts feeling much more interesting, it picks up the pace once you clear out a few places for your allies to reinforce, and especially when you clear the bonus objectives. It starts out really slow, where you can barely move out of your base, and now allies are making progress on their own. Look how far Raynor has gotten. I think that's not the case in the original.
Personnel inbound. Our production centers are getting prepared to supply Thors to the front line.
Okay, yeah, I definitely buffed the AI allies here quite a bit. Otherwise they would not be making this much progress, especially Raynor. He got up to here and I haven't even been in that area. So, Zerg seems to be a bit slow.
Defensive down. This is it, Narud. This time, you don't come back.
Well done. These outposts will greatly benefit the swarm. Our ultralisks shall crush Narud and his minions.
Looks like those are all the locations we should need. We owe you, Hierarch.
The swarm had one purpose: to assimilate the Protoss and create the hybrid. Now, you are no
I think this should be enough to push to the end. I think that the AI tries to clear these side areas even though there's no actual benefit to doing that.
Raiders, the swarm needs some help.
Bends to my master's will. Soon you shall know his full glory.
Good. That's over. Now let's press forward while we still can.
I think that in the original version of this mission, the speedrun strategy is to fly a Phoenix over to Narud, deploy pylon, time stop, and warp in a few Dark Templar to kill Narud. Which, you know, just goes to show how much of a fair and balanced ability time stop is. Yeah, we can skip this. Now, another Protoss defense mission. Like, Protoss are not good at defense, but they kind of compensate by having ridiculously strong units and abilities. I think my loadout is going to be very similar this time, though I'm only making a few of these units anyway. Yeah, so time stop pauses AI time, which is what the AI uses to time attack waves and stuff. And it also pauses for your allies, so Into the Void they actually stop moving if they don't have any nearby enemies. Like, they will wait until time stop is over before resuming their attack wave location. I think this mission, this section, is a great tutorial, because it basically teaches you how to control Kerrigan in a controlled environment. You can actually lose, but you have to like AFK for quite a while for that to happen.
Jim, you'll have to handle this one.
My Templar will join you. In the name of Tassadar, we shall be victorious.
Actually, setting up this cinematic, like the introductions, where, you know, the Protoss warp in, the Zerg inject, and the Terran land, that cinematic took quite a while to get right. Which is kind of why I dislike working on cinematics. They take a long time to make, and you only see them for less than a minute. And only then the first time. It's, you know, if you play the mission many times, you will start skipping the cinematics. And even... no.
The future is ours.
I think at some point I fixed how lightning dash works so you can't go beyond max range. And that means I can't get to the resources now, probably.
Amon is sending his minions against us, but I can use this power to stop them if I have to.
Speak your demands.
You also get Artanis as a hero here, because normally the Protoss get Artanis as a hero. Though in the original version Artanis does not respawn. Like, there's some data that suggests that was going to be the case, but it's not actually implemented.
We shall prevail. A bold plan.
And, well, for this version we do have Artanis reviving. We have the custom revive beacons made by Photolos, and, you know, the trigger system that I handle myself, so Artanis properly revives, and you can use them for the mission even if he dies once.
Change is upon us.
And unsurprisingly, the Terran can hold their own against attack waves, while the Zerg really can't. I mean, they need some help, but they don't have siege tanks or anything like that, so they are a bit weaker. And I'm still not sure what I want to go for here. Probably some fire colossus to defend and an army of destroyers to deal with everything else.
Laura and Artemis won't last long if you don't act. You must help them. Or I can use my powers if I must.
What will she become when she is another? Do not forget, I have also ascended.
I also buffed Sagara a bit, so she deals more damage with her auto attacks. She was pretty much a normal queen otherwise.
A bold plan.
Reino should be fine, I hope. He might actually need some help, actually.
Your allies are in battle. You must construct addition. Stand with me. You have not enough minerals.
I actually thought the Terrans could hold out for longer, but that's clearly not the case. I hope they'll actually rebuild. They should.
There's a Void Thrasher near us, Sarah. I think it's going after you. Time to use that power of yours.
Make it quick.
Your allies are in battle. You must place that in a power field. Your allies are in battle.
In lots of the epilogue missions, I mean, many parts of them feel like they were a bit rushed. As in broken or missing features, nothing too noticeable if you're not going through the editor, but there's definitely stuff like that.
Your allies' base is besieged.
They're assaulting our base from the other side. These bastards don't let up, do they?
Why would they? Tenacity is advantageous in war.
That isn't what I... Oh, hell, never mind.
If I use this power against Amon's forces, it will delay the transfer. I'll have to be careful.
Base is under attack. Our destiny awaits.
I'm still very disappointed in Raynor. I thought he could hold out for a few minutes at least.
Your foes, we shall prevail. Don't.
A massive onslaught is coming our way, Terran. Aid us!
Upgrade complete. Dawn will come. Together.
Whoops. Oh, looks like Aratanis was fighting alone for some reason. That's fine, even if he dies, we get this cool revive beacon.
Another Void Thrasher's here. Better take care of it before it causes too much trouble.
Your queen. Boldly.
Destiny. Speak your command. I serve my people.
Well, Terrans do seem to be doing somewhat better now.
Amon is sending a massive force to you. Our destiny awaits. Strength in unity.
The Death Fleet descends. Your allies' base is the Death Fleet descends. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Your allies are in battle. Your allies are in battle. The Death Fleet descends. Strength in unity.
Our path is
Your allies are in battle.
Amon is sending an overwhelming force against me. I will need your assistance, friend Raynor.
Right.
So that voice line is just supposed to indicate that you're getting attacked. Not that Raynor is actually going to help you in any way.
Strength in unity.
Base is under attack.
There can be no doubt.
Void Thrashers are attacking us, my queen.
No.
Change is upon us.
Upgrade complete.
Strength in
The Death Fleet descends.
Yeah, I think at this point it's going fine. One of the biggest issues is that you are unable to build on creep. So you can't really help Zagara with static defense and you have to actually be there. Which as Terran is not so much of an issue because siege tanks are your best static defense and those don't really rely on creep. I'm also not sure what's going on here, like this looks like they want to attack somewhere, but I don't know why they would actually spawn here.
We shall prevail. A bold dawn will come.
Well, so this is what happens in many missions. You reach a point where you have enough units to defend, and after that point the mission is not so much of a challenge.
Come under attack soon. Defend them, Jim.
She cannot be trusted with the power of the
Okay, yeah, a voice rift would explain that, though seems a bit silly to have a rift there. I mean, if it's just to protect the resources, that seems like overkill. Some pre-placed units would probably work better. So this is one of the missions that there's not much to comment on. Mostly because all I did was swap the race and some of the dialogues, and in a way the mission plays itself. As in, I didn't have to make any big gameplay changes that would, you know, it just, sometimes you just change the race and the mission just plays differently, and that's mostly enough. Because I tried streaming on Brutal, and when I'm trying to actually explain things while playing, I just play very poorly and end up resetting. And that happened many times during the early stream, so now I'm just going for hard. Like, right now it's easy, but at the beginning of the mission I was struggling to build up stuff and protect my allies and everything. So I still think it's a right choice generally. And mentioning this again for those who missed the beginning of the stream, I'm streaming earlier than usual today because today is the day that Mapporino starts. That's the annual map making event by Jay Vorino, and I submitted a map this year along with Protoss and Yevon. That's War Chasers, a remake of a Warcraft 3 map. So Mapporino will be, Jay will actually stream it today, and that starts in about 10 minutes. So I didn't want to miss it, because it's a pretty cool event and because he's likely to play hours of mission at some point. Because those streams tend to go on for a very long time, I thought it was safer to just have the stream before. Hence this new stream time. Fantastic design. That's exactly what I expect the most powerful race in the universe to look like. Yeah, I will finish the epilogue today. It shouldn't take that long to beat the final mission, especially because Protoss units are broken. The idea is to finish this today, and tomorrow I will be starting my Wings of Liberty Zerg Edition playthrough, because I held out a vote and that's what people wanted. And everyone loves Zerg, apparently. Honestly, I think I'll just go mass void race this time and not worry about anything else. I mean, mass destroyers. This intro is exactly the same. So this mission didn't change much. I guess it's possible to make a new hero for the Protoss, that is Alnaga, but without, some very intensive model editing, it's hard to come by. That's not very likely to happen.
Projecting his void barrier. At the height of their journey, They will cross over the terrain.
See, imagine you wanted to make a Salnaga Artanis. Just the insane amount of work that would take is simply incredible, so not very likely to happen. The only change I made is to creep teleport, which is now power field teleport, and that you only need pylon power to teleport to an area. I think it's mostly thematically fitting change. We have a custom icon and everything made by Dweeby, another map maker.
The first crystal should be vulnerable to our attacks soon. My warriors will engage it shortly.
One thing I always felt was a bit lacking in this mission is that the bases don't get destroyed quickly enough. If you play well, you will pretty much only lose a base, maybe two. Whereas if you're playing badly, it just won't matter how many bases you've lost. I believe I changed that for Legacy of the Void Zerg Edition, where it's much faster, and you are likely to lose 2 or 3 bases even if you're playing well. And again, I did buff the AI allies here, so they will actually push even without your help. Though ideally they shouldn't be able to take down the crystals without you. I always found it a bit underwhelming that Kerrigan has such short range on this mission. Like, obviously she's like the strongest unit in the history of StarCraft, but her having only 4 range feels a bit underwhelming. And the mission is sort of designed to counter Kerrigan, that she takes a lot of damage and she cannot really solo most things. Which I guess is fair, but you know, kind of goes against her being like this all-powerful hero. Luckily that's easily fixed by simply helping Raynor by being a healing bot. And yes, ironically, man with gun is still the best unit in the game if you can keep them alive. This is another of those missions that you simply change the race and it mostly works to give you a new experience, at least while playing. One change I made is I made this custom image frame, like the blue stuff. You don't ever have Protoss heroes with health and energy at once. So I basically grabbed the Terran one and tinted it blue.
We must set up multiple bases if we are to survive Amon's assault. It is only a matter of time before he comes for the rest of us.
Let him come. The swarm is well prepared. This is my burden to bear.
So I guess that the issue with the AI having finite resources is that you never even notice. Like, how would you possibly guess that they are not just getting free resources? Clearly they are mining from many places, but in practical terms that the player won't even notice, and it's generally much easier to just give them free stuff.
Amon shall meet his end. My destiny manifests.
Yep, looks like they are getting gases. Not sure why that's the case. Also, Kerrigan's Celestial Radiance does not heal shields, which I didn't think much about at the time, but might have been the right decision to actually make it heal shields, so she feels a bit stronger.
A new age. Amon shall meet his end. What is the required?
Void Crystal swinging by again. Raiders, let's help bring that thing down.
So I have to admit that while this is an underwhelming mission from the point of view of the story, I suppose, the gameplay is pretty unique. That I don't think there's any other mission in StarCraft 2 where you start with like the whole map already revealed or explored, and you just have to swing around, you know, destroying flying rocks. I mean, you also have AI allies, which is always nice, and you get like 3 bases to mine from, which is an insane amount of resources. Clearly, each of these rocks is a final boss. You just have to use your imagination to see it.
I strike at the enemy.
So one thing I probably should have done is get deploy pylon or warping reinforcements, so I could drop pylons at the allied bases and move around faster. That's kind of the point of having the ability. But I kind of went for Chrono Surge anyway.
Amon shall meet his end. What is required? Amon's attacking my hive cluster. Minions, flee now! Speak to me.
Yeah, the constructs are weird. That you get introduced to so many of them at the same time on this mission, and it's not really obvious what each of them does. Like, I mean, unless you're supposed to read the scripts, but that's not a great way to introduce units anyway.
I strike at the enemy.
This is sort of what I mean by how the base instructions being too slow. I mean, I already mined out my first base, it's been 15 minutes of game, and only now they are getting destroyed. At this point I really don't care, because I already got all the minerals I need. I think I ran into an issue where I repositioned some of the stuff here, and the base destruction wouldn't actually hit your gas, so you could still mine gas if you had auto assimilators. It definitely should happen more often. But I think that is, you know, for a final mission, it is a very unique mechanic. Like, you never get terrain destruction like that, especially not when it pretty much annihilates your base resources. So I think it's not a bad idea, just the execution that isn't great. And constructs are annoying when they all look the same and some of them heal the crystals while you're hitting them. Yeah, I feel like the game doesn't do a great job of explaining the constructs. Especially when they all look kind of the same. And, you know, sometimes you're really close to destroying a void crystal and suddenly it starts getting healed. And that's really not great. I mean, I kind of made the decision to have, you know, power field teleport because of that specific combo, and I completely forgot when choosing my loadout, so I mean, and it wasn't even necessary to have Chrono Surge when I can sustain like 5 targets at the same time anyway. Anyway, again the final crystal now. I'm not actually sure if that kills our units too, but I wasn't going to risk it. Oh, I thought there was a void crystal here. I think it just went underground, because I was too slow. And this happens sometimes where there are no active void crystals on the map, so you just have to wait around for a bit. And I was checking, but I don't think that there's a range indicator for Celestial Radiance. Or is there? No, it doesn't look like it.
My destiny.
And for some reason they don't give heal abilities a range indicator.
What is
That's you're never quite sure how big it is till you use it.
a new age begun?
Okay, final crystal, hopefully.
It is my burden. What is
Yep, luckily didn't get healed.
It is over, Amon.
And again, the cinematics are exactly the same, because, you know, there weren't any big changes to make. Like, at the time, at least, I couldn't think of any dialogue that would fit better than this one, unless they were willing to do some splices.
This infinite cycle. Or your twisted lies. No.